Okay, I'd like to call this September 22nd meeting of the Northfield Township Board to order. Please stand for the invocation and pledge.
As humbled guests of your creation, dear God, may we seek thy love, wisdom, and guidance, not only for this meeting this evening, but also in our daily lives. As our lives are a precious gift and all too fleeting, may we take refuge in thee. Amen.
Amen. Oh. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Oops. Sorry, I paused. I had mistakenly paused the recording. Now it's started again. I've called this September 22nd meeting of the Northfield Township Board to order, and we have done the invocation and pledge. Now we'll do the call. No, Ms. Manley will do the call. Roll call. Roll call.
Chick.
Here.
Zelenock.
Present.
Otto.
Present.
Beliger.
Here.
Chockley. Here.
Here.
Manley. Oh, sorry. Manley here. I see Mr. Dockett on the bottom here.
Yep. Mr. Dockett, unmute your phone by pushing *6, please. Mr. Dockett, please push *6.
So we can count him as here.
Oh, and there we have, yeah, Mr. Ains is back.
I tried calling him twice and I didn't get through, and it said he didn't have a voice box or voicemail set up.
Well, I think he's on at this point. I see him. I just renamed a phone number to him, so hopefully that's him.
Yeah, that was his number.
Yeah. So, Mr. Dockett, please press *6, and your phone will become live for us. Okay, well, I'm sure he'll figure it out in a few minutes.
I say we count him as here and move on.
Pardon?
I say we count him that he's here.
Yes, I agree.
We know he's here.
We know he's here. Okay. The next item on the agenda is the call to the public. Any member of the public may address the board at this time. Please keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. State your name and your address, and then feel free to share whatever. But this is not an opportunity for dialogue or questions and answers. If you have anything like that, please contact us afterward or, during the week. So thank you. Now I'll check. We have 2 people currently who would like to speak. So I will, as the order I see them, Mr. Germain, I'm now allowing you to speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm Robert Germain. I live at 58 Emerald Circle.
Okay.
And do you need my telephone number by chance?
No, we just need your address. So name and address.
Oh, okay. So I'm basically just calling in to support the development of a new opportunity for Somer over at Little Porky's. He's trying to open up a dispensary there. And I just wanted to support his interest in doing this based on his longevity in this community. He's operated a couple different businesses for several years. He's an honest businessman. He's been very supportive of our community over the years with our school systems and other programs. And I just feel like he'd be a very great candidate for this opportunity for our township, because he's already laid some footwork for years and years in our community, and to allow him to continue with a new opportunity would be a very good thing for us, because he, we've had him here in our community for years, and he supported us, and I think it's good for us to support him too. So that's all I have to say about that right now. Thanks for listening.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Koenig, would you like to speak at this time? I've just unmuted your phone.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay. Hi. So there's two of us here, and I don't know if my sister wants to try calling in later on her phone or not, but she could. I don't know if we can, since it's just one account here, if we could have the two-person limit. Anyway, so I had sent the board a letter earlier today, but I just wanted to reiterate the points. I know you guys are going to be talking about various marijuana businesses tonight. And I know some people are full steam ahead on it, but I just wanted to say I think it would be good to exercise caution to try, one at a time, because if you say yes to a lot, you can't back that out. But if you say yes to one, kind of see how it goes, see what the any unanticipated things or just other things that you want to consider, then you can go forward, with those things in mind. If you say yes to everything, there are definitely going to be things people didn't plan for. And that's going to be harder to deal with. I know some of the comments that I've heard are that people didn't realize. I know I talked to, a number of people around town who were pro pot. They thought, yeah, let's have growth, let's have the money coming in, and that's the things that the pro pot people emphasized when they were talking about it. But I think when people are seeing that it's not simply filling in empty storefronts or adding, it is sometimes replacing currently existing businesses, and I know some people are bummed about that. For instance, at the planning meeting, I know there were people who talked about, hey, wait, we've had, ice cream and that's been a family tradition. And now you're talking about a marijuana business replacing that. So I think people they might've been pro pot, but then it's like, hey, wait a minute. I don't know if I like the way it's rolling out or the way it could roll out. So I think going slowly would give people a chance to think more about it. And the other thing is that I know a goal has been to try and get foot traffic here to get more people in, more businesses. And so thinking about when you're going to cite the businesses, that I think the way they are cited shouldn't just allow people to get off the highway, buy their pot and leave. That if our goal is to have people come in town, and I'm saying this, knowing there's a pot business potentially across the street from me, I'm not thrilled about it, but at least it would bring the people more into town. And I know that for existing businesses that they're hoping for more people, they're hoping for more foot traffic. So
10 seconds, Ms. Koenig.
Okay, no, I've said, I think I've covered all my points.
Okay,
so
thank you.
I just urge caution.
Okay, thank you. Did your sister want to speak at this time?
No, just come talk here. You can talk here. Okay.
Raise your hand again.
So this is Cece.
Okay, Cece.
Hi, I just want to reiterate points that my sister had. I mean, I agree. I'm not against pot. I think that, mapping calculation on this, and there are 6 businesses that have applied for it's my understanding, have applied for 2 different types of marijuana businesses in total. And I did a quick mapping of them. Between those 6, they would be dispensaries and something else. There's a 1.5 mile max distance between those 6 businesses. So to put this into a little bit of perspective, Ann Arbor has 14 dispensaries for over 100,000 people. We're looking at 6 dispensaries in a mile and a half for 6,000 people for Whitmore Lake. Now, these are all really quick calculations, but I think it's going to be inundated with these kinds of businesses. And I just wonder, I mean, is this really what the town is looking for? Or was the point diversity and bringing people in and having, so that they can see what's here versus just pot shops? I really caution the board to rethink how many you are willing to bring in at one time, because you're going to overwhelm the town. That's all. Just,
Okay.
I urge you, great caution.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Garrett, you have your hand up. Oops. I have hit the wrong one. Mr. Garrett disappeared. Okay. Elizabeth Hubbard.
Hello, Elizabeth Hubbard, 25146 Fortuna.
Mhm. Okay.
I'm calling on behalf of Live Life Federal Credit Union. We have been in the cannabis industry servicing since 2018. And since then, early on, one of our first cannabis members was GS Ashley LLC. They have been an outstanding member, following compliance here at the credit union. They take care of their financial information with the highest detail and care. From something as simple as using armored car service to pick up their cash, it's a lot safer. It's keeping the money off the street, having a financial institution. And in this industry, it is very important to have a financial institution and that kind of banking relationship. So you're following federal guidelines and the state guidelines and making sure that you are, reporting the 280E tax code correctly and paying taxes. Or a lot of other people that are inexperienced and don't have banking, we don't know if those things are truly happening. And I really support GS Ashley on the safety of their business.
Okay. Is that all, Miss Hubbard?
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. Okay. We have Go Blue Linda. I'm allowing you to speak at this time.
My name is Linda Carlisle. I live at 9528 Main Street, and I'm calling in my support for the Green Guys group. My husband and I have met with them, and we live basically across the street, and we were very concerned about the business coming in right across the street from us and what type of parking issues, etc., the population that it would bring in. And after speaking with them and going back and forth via email, my husband and I are very comfortable and very excited to have this opportunity downtown because of the parking that they will, bring in behind and the donations they will make to the community. And we just think that, we have lived in our house for 35 years, and we have continued to see downtown go down the tubes. And we would really like to see this community come back. And I think this is one way that, with the restructuring of that building They're currently working on the building that's right across the street from us. And we're hoping to get in some new businesses in the downtown area. But this business, I think, they got some good things going. And I would like to have them be my neighbor. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Now we have Austin Barnett. Go ahead, Mr. Barnett.
I'm Dale Small. I'm on my friend's computer.
Oh, okay.
My name is Dale Small, and I live at 106 Packard, apartment 404, in Ann Arbor, Michigan. And I'm calling in to give my support for Liberty Provisioning Center in Ann Arbor. I've been a patient here for 2 years. They're a real good fit for the neighborhood, for the city and the township. They've been compliant with state and federal city and state laws. They're very proficient in what they do here, and I think it would be a good fit for Northfield Township. So I'd appreciate if you can give them any consideration possible, and I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next we have Ken. Go ahead, I have unmuted you.
Hello, Ken. My name is Ken Szymanski. I live at 36231 Jared in Sterling Heights. I just wanted to give my support to Liberty Provisions for opening a clinic in your town. I just wanted to give you some background. I've known the owners of Liberty for over 40 years. In fact, one of them was my ring bearer at my wedding 40 years ago. I've also a retiree, 68 years old, and I worked for 37 years with the IRS. So I know a lot about the laws and provisions, and I have found out that the owner of Liberty Provisions is not only knows the law, but is in full compliance of it. I was looking for a reliable person. In fact, one of the owners of Liberty was my first caregiver when I got my marijuana medical card. So he has Michigan roots. He was my first caregiver, and they were really a mentor on training me on the proper use of medical marijuana and even CBD oils on relieving my pain. I've had 2 hip surgeries, major back surgeries, and I've stayed off the opioids and other pain relievers because of the advice and counseling that I've received from Liberty, especially from their caregivers. They take a personal interest in you, and they're a personal interest in their community. So they've taught me how to control my pain and how to live with medical marijuana. I started going in Ann Arbor a couple of years ago because of the relationship that I had with Eric, which is one of the owners of it. And now I start going to Detroit. I travel a lot of areas around Brighton and whatnot, and having a clinic that I could go to in Whitmore Lake would fit right into my schedule. So I'm hoping that if you are going to allow medical marijuana in your community, that you would give good consideration to a person who has Michigan roots and to a person who has their people trained properly in the proper distribution of the medical marijuana. They're very professional. I've been going to the Detroit clinic, and I think that they have the personnel to be able to run a good class operation in your town. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Tanya Luz, go ahead, it's your turn.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for holding the meeting. I'm a former neighbor of GS Ashley Group, Liberty Provisions in Ann Arbor. I own the business immediately next door to them. I want to speak to a couple things. As a neighbor and someone who would have been greatly affected by their business, I can't say enough about them. I every single day saw how they were running and managing and updating and complying with the laws as they seem to change hour by hour. I cannot say enough about the high level of integrity that they all presented around being good community members, being good neighbors, making sure that they were not disruptive to the neighborhood flow in any way whatsoever. I had a relationship or a friendship with Austin Burnett, who is the manager next door. Just a really good group of people invested in providing the highest level of care to their patients. And that brings me to the second point. For anybody who may not be familiar with these businesses or have any concerns about them being overrun or too many in a city or a small town, it would be helpful if people realized or could understand that it's equivalent to a small medical clinic. Like the majority of the patients are very ill, visibly need help and support. It's not a disco or a nightclub. These are medical businesses, and I can't say enough about them and the level of care that they provide. I became a patient, so I also have a personal relationship, and the skill and the care that they use to help patients like me who don't know a thing, to find the right products, to be updated when necessary, to have as long as I need to ask as many questions. That's also been something that I've been impressed by and have not found at other clinics. I also think the market will determine how many square miles, how many clinics it can support. For small towns that are losing a ton of revenue off businesses closing in COVID or due to COVID, I think it's a win for any small city that has highly compliant medical marijuana stores in their communities. I think the public will support them or they'll go out of business either way, but I have not seen anything that would lead me to believe that they would be disruptive or harmful to their communities that they're in.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker will be Bill R. And I'm allowing you to speak.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Bill Rohr. I'm at 9610 Main, right across from 75 Barker, from the old video store.
How do you spell your last name, Mr. Rohr?
Oh, it's Rohrer.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and I'm basically calling to give an endorsement to GS Ashley, Liberty Provisioning. And just two quick anecdotes. I don't want to talk for too long. I know you probably have a lot of people, but living right across the street from where they would like to set up, I was naturally very, very concerned. And as I began trying to find out how to get the information, answers to the questions that I had about the marijuana businesses and who's coming in and what's going on, all of a sudden one day I get a knock on the door, and it's Eric Moyer from GS Ashley on my front porch with an informational packet, and totally willing to withstand the barrage of questions that my wife and I threw at him for about at least a good half hour, perhaps a little more. I was very impressed, A, that he showed up unsolicited to see if I had any concerns, and B, with the quality of the answers that I received to some pretty pointed questions. During the course of that conversation, he invited me basically to visit one of their other facilities if I would like to, or all of them if I chose, just to see what was going on. Well, rather than taking him up on the invitation to go with him, I went anonymously. My mother-in-law had just had hip surgery, and she was interested in trying some CBD oil because she was having trouble with the opioid drugs that were prescribed, and she didn't want to do those. So I anonymously went to the Ann Arbor Center on Ashley Street, and I found the personnel there to be exceedingly well educated, totally helpful, fully knowledgeable, and found the facility to be very, very aesthetically pleasing, fit in with the neighborhood, totally unobtrusive. And also when I pulled up to the place, I was impressed that there was a security man on the front porch of the business. He was very friendly, very comforting to have him there. And I went there twice anonymously, and basically met two of the people, a young lady named Maggie and a gentleman named Austin, and again, very impressed both times. And not only with the the facility itself, but the caliber of the people, very high. And I also had asked Mr. Moyer for some information regarding interactions of their products with some of the medicines that my mother-in-law was taking. And the same day service, I got a very, very elaborate, extensive treatise on the interactions that I was concerned about, put our mind at ease. We ran them by my mother.
Sir, 10 seconds, please.
Okay. But anyway, just, I believe that GS Ashley and Liberty Provisioning, from what I have seen, is a very, very high quality enterprise, and I endorse them.
Thank you. Okay. Marissa Prisgent?
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Go ahead, yes.
Hi, it's Marissa Christian, 32 Shum Drive. Real quickly, I just wanted to bring up that I know in the past when we had marijuana issues, the board had received the feedback that some items, like say an LPC appointment, could be moved to the top of the agenda so that the people who possibly are waiting for that item don't have to be on until 11 o'clock. So I wish that that could be moved up if possible. Also wanted to let the board and the public know that the Land Preservation Committee's Facebook page is up and running. And also to invite the public to volunteer for an event hosted by the Washtenaw County Parks and Rec Commission at the Northfield Woods Preserve on Northfield Church Road. It's on Saturday, October 10th from 1 to 4. And to get more information and to register for that, email carlylec@washtenaw.org. With the marijuana businesses, in response to Ms. Koenig's response, it isn't the role of local government to determine who amongst the business owners are eligible to sell their property to legal businesses based on whether or not you like their ice cream. It is, however, the role of local government to issue permits to applicants for legal businesses that meet the qualifications spelled out in the ordinances in which you enacted. The question is no longer whether or not you support the cannabis industry. It's simple procedure, so I expect to see all board members follow it, and I look forward to see how that's going to go this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Bill Garrett. Mr. Garrett?
Yes. Okay, you hearing me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you for the time. Couple of points here regarding first the Pure Roots proposal. Observance that it's really the main entrance to town. People coming into Whitmore Lake off of 23 or going to the public launch, going north there. That's the first thing they're going to see. The artist's conception, big bricks and glass place, not at all consistent with any of the architecture in town. And it really sets the tone of the community. Do we want Whitmore Lake to be a pot mecca for the area, or do we want it to be kind of family friendly? Such as we're right next to North Village Park. I noticed that's the one place where they lost a point in your really excellent breakdown of different characteristics that you were measuring them on. And, nobody got 20 points, but there's a few ties at 19. And I see they lost a point because they're right next to that North Village Park that I would love to see developed into something that would be a great attraction and a family-friendly thing. And I think families might shy away if it's full of just people sitting around getting high on pot. It doesn't, it barely meets the 1,000-foot limit for other locations in town too. I think 1,162 feet or something. That might meet the letter of that restriction, but it really doesn't meet the intent. It would be way too close if there were another shop right downtown. And I would like to speak though in favor of the Green Guys group proposal, the Treehouse Wellness. I was very impressed that you got a very positive report from the Chamber of Commerce of Brighton, as well as Whitmore Lake. I have a lot of respect for Pam McConaughey and what she's been able to do with Brighton, which has become just a very vibrant downtown with a lot of traffic and a lot of attractions for people. And it would be really neat to see something like that happen in Whitmore Lake, but I think it's unlikely to happen with just a row of pot shops in town. So I think I like the Green Guys group thing because I believe it does actually include a non-pot kind of retail outlet as part of what they're proposing. And they do seem to be really experienced local businessmen behind it. They spoke very highly of Matt Ritz, who's been in the area and business for a long time. I think there's a lot of value to having some really local people that know the community and have the same kind of values as we have in this community. So those are the main points I wanted to make, and thanks for your time.
Thank you. Let's see, Kevin T. Go ahead. Kevin T. Kevin T., I'm allowing you to speak.
Yeah, hi, this is Kevin Terry,
Okay.
9972 North Main Street. I just had a couple of remarks. First of all, last year there was a vote held in November to allow marijuana and cannabis-related businesses to operate within the township. That issue has passed. I don't see that as up for debate any longer. My second point I'd like to make is I'd like to voice support for Treehouse Wellness and the Green Guys group. They've represented themselves very well in the community. Their proposal of renovation of buildings, of parking lot expansion, connecting the parking lots to 75 Barker. That's a very impressive proposal they've put together. They're local business owners, and I know that I'd like to emphasize local because it's my understanding there are other.
Mr. Terry, we're not hearing you at this time. Could you get closer to the phone or your computer? Mr. Terry, were you finished? Okay. Technical difficulties. Okay, moving on. Mr. Gordon, your turn. Mr. Gordon?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great.
Go ahead.
Great to see so many people attending the virtual meeting. I am going. Can you hear me?
Yes.
It's very good to hear so many people getting involved, even though it's only a virtual meeting. It'd be nice if we could see them too. It would help with the communications. I'm in favor of the businesses moving into town. I voted for it. I hope the board has a procedure in place for how they're going to choose the 3 finalists out of your 6 applicants. Because I know the planning commission didn't give you any recommendation as to their top 3 choices. That being said, I'd like to move on to the manager's report, where there's a couple of very large items, certainly as important as the impact that marijuana is going to have on the community. The first is our beautiful 21-acre lakefront park by the post office. I would again urge the board to stop its negotiations to sell off the majority of this property for a housing project. I believe it is premature to do anything like that until after you've done the homework to figure out what it's going to cost to engineer, build, manage, and ensure a park and a beach on that property. And once the design's done and the community's got to buy in on what they want and you know what it is, then you know what it costs, and you know how much space it will take up. Selling off a majority of the property before doing that work is not what the residents asked you to do. And it closes the door on a lot of opportunities. So please direct your manager and attorney to put this on hold until you do that other work. The only subject that I want to talk in addition to that, the park, is again, I think it's premature that you're moving forward and have done so much to spent so much time and money on this $6 million sewer tank, just sending out a postcard to the community. When I was on the board, I was very proud of the ordinance that we passed that was intended to inform the community about large borrowing before you did it. But you've avoided the spirit of that ordinance and spent $200,000 on a study on how to build the tank.
15 seconds, Mr. Gordon.
Your bond count, lined up your bond counsel, and have everything all set up. And at the very last minute, you're going to send out a postcard telling people that this is what you plan to do. It's it doesn't look good.
Thank you, Mr. Gordon.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Trunco?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So this is James Trunco. I live at 9255 Lakewood Drive. I'm calling to voice my support for Treehouse Wellness, the Green Guys group. They are proposing to remodel the building next door to our shop, Lovely Monkey Tattoo, and they're, of course I don't know the exact figures, but they're going to put in a large sum of money to, totally. I would like to echo, I think, an earlier caller, Kevin, the dilapidated, lighted apartment building next door to our shop. And we really feel that that's just going to be a great benefit to downtown to have just a beautifully remodeled building that will not only house a dispensary, but yes, my understanding is it's going to house a different kind of retail business, maybe an eatery of some sort. And they're, going to expand the parking and connect it to the 75 Barker parking lot. It's just going to be a beautiful building. And I just really think that that's just going to be a great addition to downtown. And that's really all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Leslie Holliday?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Hi. I live at 11804 Cappy Lane. And my concern is that Whitmore Lake is really a lake town. A big part of its charm is the beautiful lake that we all live on. And waterfront property is very unique and very precious. I don't have a specific objection to any particular cannabis business, but I do object to the waterfront properties being used for anything other than waterfront activities. There are so many ways that the waterfront could be developed where people could enjoy the water and could enjoy the lake. And that would add to the town's charm and bring in more people to enjoy it. So I would just really like to see the waterfront properties used for waterfront activities. And really, please consider that, because there's so much that could be done with that space. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Aaron Morrill, Aaron Morrill.
Yep, I'm here.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm at 9107 Walnut, and I'm here to advocate for Northern Trellis with Brian Kirschbaum. And he is a great person. He's lived in Whitmore Lake for a long time. He's actually married to my cousin, who I grew up with. So we moved to Northfield at about the same time. And I think he's one of the only, if not the only, people here that actually live in Northfield Township. And also, the land that they would be on is at Whitmore Lake and North Territorial. So for people who don't want to see too many businesses in the downtown area, it might be a good option for people to consider.
Okay.
Great. And I think that's about all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have Mr. Warburton. Go ahead, Mr. Warburton.
Actually, it's Mrs. Warburton tonight. She's using my computer.
I'm using this computer.
Okay.
I would like to support, Brenda Warburton at 450 West Joy Road. I want to send my support to Treehouse. I think it's very important when a business wants to buy a building and rehab it instead of just renting it. It shows that they really want to invest in the community. And I think they would be a great addition. And that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Dana Forrester.
Very nice.
Dana Forrester.
This is Stacy. I'm on Nina's line. I can't connect. 997 to North Main Street, Whitmore Lake. And I'm just calling in. It's a very exciting time for the township, and many people know that Dana and I worked together to host some open houses. Last year, actually, our very first open house to kick this off. And when we had created that, we were supported by a lot of people, and we were excited when we were able to host. The problem is that when with the people from GS Ashley, we were under the impression, because of what they told us, that we were local and we're.
Oops. I lost that was Stacy Sloan, I believe. It disappeared.
Are we still without Wayne?
He's here, and we are. I don't know how he's here in the office, and he's making a lot of phone calls. But here's he may be on with this 7147 number.
That's his number. Yes.
Okay, I'll ask him to unmute. Do you want me to? We could hang on for a second, and I'll go ask him.
Yeah, I think it's star 6 to unmute.
Star 6. Hang on.
Hi, Wayne. I see you unmuted.
I'm going home. Oh, okay, girl. No, that's all right. Anytime.
Okay.
He has unmuted and we can hear him.
Yes, he says he's going home, so we'll see.
Oh, I'll put it back.
Okay.
Might want to have him star 6 again until he gets home.
Can I mute and unmute him, maybe? I'm going to mute him. Okay. Okay. Hopefully this will be all right when he gets home. Okay, so let me see if I have any more attendees. I have someone who would like to speak, and phone number ends in 4448. Go ahead, whoever that is. Unmute your phone by star 6, please. Okay, please unmute your phone by pressing star 6, whoever is 4448. Okay, I think they've got it. Okay, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Kevin Toma. I'm calling in regards to pledge my support for Michigan Pure Green at 52 Barker. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I've seen this group in action, and I know that they're well detailed, organized, and particular on how their processes are. And I think they will do a great benefit to the community as well.
Okay. Mr. Toma, what is your address, please?
2154 Austin.
2154 Austin?
Yes.
AUSTIN?
Yes.
Okay. What city is that?
Novi.
Novi. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Do we have anyone else there of the attendees who would like to speak? Okay, Landon Bartley, go ahead. Landon Bartley, please unmute. *6 if you're on a phone. Otherwise, if you're on a computer, hit the mute button. There you go.
I'm so sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Landon Bartley. I'm a resident of Grand Rapids, 1241 Lake Michigan, Northwest. I'm just calling. I was a planner in Grand Rapids for about 14 years, cannabis minister there for several, maybe about the last 3. And now I'm a consultant in planning and cannabis. Just wanted to call in. I'm following the procedures, and I'm interested. And just to say, what I'm hearing is a lot of from some of the members of the public. I'm glad to hear that people are in somewhat support of cannabis in general, because there's really not much to be worried about. If you're concerned about land use impacts, there are very few land use impacts of cannabis businesses in general. They tend to be a fairly positive impact in general, actually. And as far as negative impacts go, they're akin to a typical retail store if you're looking at provisioning centers. I would suggest, as a professional in the cannabis and planning industry, be careful putting too much into the applicant and approving an applicant versus approving a location, just because the operators can change quickly. That said, I'm familiar with RTMC, the applicant for Northern Trellis. I know some of the members of that team, and I find that they're excellent folks, and they'll do fine for you. So, excuse me. So thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Okay. We have someone that is K7. Go ahead, K7. K7. Please unmute. Okay, go ahead.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful.
Who are you?
Karen Massey.
Karen, we're not hearing you well. What's your name again? Could you speak closer to your computer or turn up your volume?
Let's see if this helps. Okay, Karen Massey, is that better?
Karen Massey, is that your name?
Val Massey. V as in Victor.
Oh.
ALMASSEI.
Okay, thank you. Got it. Where do you live?
I live at 4724 Robinwood in Royal Oak.
Okay.
And I'm the director of the Madison Heights Park Chamber of Commerce, of which GS Ashley is a member.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to call in and give my support of them, because even though their facility that they are rebuilding on Stevenson is not open yet, they have already been tremendous community supporters, both to any nonprofit, the city, and they've also started a campaign with our community coalition, which I don't know if you have one of those up there, but it's aimed to keep kids off of drugs until they can make a rational decision. And they are taking care of an advertising campaign for marijuana for the community coalition that will start this fall. So they've been great community partners, and I just wanted to vouch for them. And I'm sure that I've toured their facility in Ann Arbor, and like previous callers have said, it's clean and nice and secured. And I have no doubt that their facility in Madison Heights will be the same. So I would encourage the board to consider them as a valued business.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Yes, thank you. Okay, I see no more hands up at this time. There we go. Faith Wheeler. Is your hand up, Faith? It keeps on going up and down. Okay, we have Mr. Olney with his hand up. And then he disappeared. Okay. I see no one else with hands up. Okay, now there's two. Miss Wheeler, go ahead.
Now, can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes,
Okay.
we can. Go ahead.
Okay. I wanted to address two things, and the first thing being a second or third person that came on to talk, and I'm wondering if this is true of a number of people, seeming a little bit confused as to who's participating in this, who's going to be, how many people are going to be chose, and the distances. So I was wondering if at some point you guys could clarify that there are 6 people applying or that you're considering, and it's going from North Territorial to 9 Mile. But of those 6 people, when the final decision is done in those locations, if I'm understanding this right, there's only going to be 3 that are going to be chosen. And of those 3, they're all applying to do medical and recreational in their buildings. So it's not going to be like there's going to be 6 buildings, one doing recreational and one doing medical, but it's going to be in that building, and there will only be 3 in those distances that are going to be chosen. So that's not so alarming as thinking you're going to have a store and then 20 feet down the road, you're going to have another one. The other thing that I called to address is I understand in your packet today that you got some information from the manager, from the lawyer, in consultation with Livonia Builders on progress as to what is going to happen at North Park. And that's not available to us at this time. And I would like you to make that information available as soon as possible so we out here can understand where the progression is going and how it's going. And again, to voice what David had to say, I would like you to slow the process down. You know that we're doing a petition to save more property for the park. And I'm hoping at some point that the board will take time to address the public on this situation before any decision is made. And that's it. And
Okay,
I appreciate your time.
Thank you. I just want to state really quickly, just listen to that agenda item when we get to it, and we'll explain all of that about how many are available. Okay. Adam Olney, are you ready? Go ahead, Mr. Olney.
Yes, this is elect Adam Olney for Township Trustee, 9315 Lakewood Court. I just want to thank the board for taking their time on the process for the marijuana businesses and not rushing into it. It's been almost a year since the vote happened, and I think the Planning Commission and the board has taken their time to do this correctly. And I look forward to seeing if some of these businesses can erect the downtown area. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I see no more hands up. Okay, okay, here's Mr. Dignan. All right, here we go. Go ahead, Mr. Dignan.
Hi, this is Ken Dignan, 9210 Hillcrest. The reason I'm in is I a couple things on the agenda and some comments that were made during call to the public here in regards to how another person's property should be used. You know, I'd like to remind folks, if you like how a piece of property looks, if you like what it's being used for, if you don't want it to change, you better buy it. Because if you don't buy it, someday it will change and you will not have control of it. Unfortunately, we as individuals in the community do not have a right to tell someone who they can and cannot sell their property to. With that being said, you know, I think this is a very important decision for our township as we assess these applicants. And, you know, I hope that each and every one of you has given consideration to all aspects of these applicants, and that you please consider and maybe even ask the applicants, the individuals who you are putting forth before us today and have been in our community walking around. Are those individuals going to be the individuals that will be here when the doors open? Are they going to be the individuals that are going to be here 90 days, 180 days down the road? Now, honestly, I can't, you know, obviously say that this person is going to be with us forever, but is the face of each applicant the actual people who will be here running the business? I think that's a very important thing to think about and consider. It's important, you know, how many of those applicants are going to be, you know, I know there's a desire on their part to hire within the community. I'd love to see that. That's a wonderful thing. That's enough on the marijuana businesses. The one other thing I have is I do wish that the current board wait. There's obviously some winds of concern and some plans that need to be addressed and refined for the North Village Park and development. And I would ask that this board consider delaying any action on that. Certainly it is your right to act on that part, but I would ask you to reserve making any decisions on that park, since that park is so foundational to our legacy. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Paul McPherson. Go ahead. Paul McPherson, did you want to speak? Calling the last time. Mr. McPherson? Okay.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, okay. Go ahead, Mr. McPherson.
Sorry, there was a delay. I'm calling on behalf of Northern Trellis, and I live at 1100 St. Andrews. Is part of the community for 21 years, and I'm calling on behalf of my neighbor Brian Kirschbaum and the Northern Trellis Group, and they're on the property for 50 North Territorial Road. I just want to call on behalf of him. He's been part of this community. He's a family guy, and he's also local and has lived here for a number of years. And I just wanted to call with my support for him. He's a college-educated guy, and I think he has the community's best interests in mind in regards to this business.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, attendees, last call, and we're going to move on. It's 8 o'clock now. Okay, moving on. The next item on the agenda is board member response to call to the public. If something is not pressing, hopefully it will be answered during the meeting. But anybody who feels they need to say something at this time as a board member response to call to the public, please raise your hand. And Mr. Dockett, I'm going to ask you to unmute, plus press *6 so that you can speak if we call on you. Okay, any other board member who would like to begin with anything? Ms. Zelenock.
Yes, I'd like to thank the public for coming out today. It is an important decision. I always appreciate hearing what the public, our residents have to say and the public has to say. I would really like to see the North Village on the next agenda just to see where we are and are we going forward So according to the manager's report, it seems like 17 acres are really, they're negotiating and 4 we're keeping, even though there was a resolution or a motion that said, you know, a minimum of 5 acres. I'd like to really see what we're doing and how, if we continue to negotiate, does that mean we're committed? Back in, before COVID, we said we'd have a town hall. Ms. Chick and I met, and we think it's best to wait until the new board comes in to have that meeting. And so that's why we didn't present anything to the board at this point in time. So again, I think we really need, are we moving forward with negotiations? And does that mean we get to change it? Are they under the assumption based on our motion that it's going to be a 5-acre park? I really think these are questions that need to be answered before we get too far down the line on this. And I'd just like to have it on there so we can have a discussion and make sure everybody's aware of what's happening. And then the next one, I know we're going to talk about this, but the public has asked. We have the applicants have all applied for both, as Ms. Wheeler and others have said, for both the medical and the recreational. So there will be 6 license giving, but it will be at 3 locations based on the applicants at this time. So I think I think that's my comments at this point. Again, I thank the public for coming out and voicing their thoughts on these matters.
Yes, it was good.
Thank
Okay,
you.
any other? Ms. Chick?
I just want to support Ms. Zelenock's comments on North Village. We did meet and discuss and both agreed that we think this should be the next board's decision. But we also needed to know as board members where we are in this process and, you know, has there been any discussion with anybody, because we don't know. So I'd appreciate some further update going forward as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Ms. Beliger?
Yeah, regarding the 23 acres North Village, did we not receive a letter of interest, of potential interest from Rob Munger as well?
We did.
I personally would like to kind of, if we could maybe ask permission to kind of hold on until we at least get something from Rob Munger. I like some of the ideas, and I believe he's very easy to work with regards to some completely different topics that he's got a broader range of potential. I really like Livonia Builders. I like what they showed us, but I would prefer to wait and at least until we see something from Rob Munger, you know. And I mean, ultimately the park, I have no problem with the park remaining a park. I do have a problem with raising people's taxes. So if there's ways to find amenities and to work as a group or as a community to bring things into the park if we wish, without forcing others that can barely afford to live here as it is, without asking them to pony up more money. And I want to thank the public for participation this night. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Dockett, I'm asking you to unmute your phone, press *6, and your phone will come on in case you would like to say something. Not seeing it. Okay. And I would just like to mention that there's the opportunity for quite a collaborative effort on the North Village. It's not going to be a simple thing to do. It's not going to happen in the 2 months that are left of this board. So I would hope that it would be ongoing with some quality developers. And I do believe Livonia Builders and Mr. Munger are quality people that will do a good job for us. And I would just like to see what they could bring forward together. And so hopefully we'll have a discussion at the next meeting. But I would like us to move on now, so we're well beyond my timed agenda. I was attempting to have a timed agenda so we could get through this. So here we go.
It would be good to try to see if Mr. Dockett can at all attempt to communicate with us.
I have asked him several times to unmute his phone, and he's not doing it.
*6, correct?
*6, and I've also pushing the button that says ask to unmute, and I can't get it. I can't get him to do it. So I don't know what to do about that. Ms. Chick.
Can Mr. Ains run down there and help him out?
Potentially, he could do that.
Okay.
Hey,
Yeah.
Mr. Ains. Okay.
He's on mute as well.
Yeah, well, but he's probably listening to us. I don't know. Well, anyway, I will make a motion to adopt the consent agenda as distributed. Do I have a support?
Support.
Motion by Chockley, support by Beliger. Are any items needing to be pulled out for discussion? Ms. Otto.
I just wanted to pull out, I think it was only the manager's report that I wanted to pull out.
Okay, would you, anybody else wanted to pull out anything else?
I agree with the manager report, so I got a question on there as well.
Okay, if no one else wants to pull anything out, go ahead, Miss Otto. Ask your question. Hopefully he hasn't run down to Mr. Dockett's at this point. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think someone is going down there. They just, I am. So the part of it had to do with, North Village. I think we already answered that question.
There's Mr. Dockett. Go ahead, Mr. Dockett.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, well, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Okay.
Okay. All right. Before we let...
I have something on the manager's report.
Okay, good. Miss Otto is on, and then we'll let you go next, okay?
Well, thank you. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I was on.
Okay,
Don't let him mute his phone then.
Yeah, don't mute your phone anymore. You just have to be very quiet when you're not talking. Okay, go ahead, Miss Otto.
So the one that I was looking for is Al Dente. I was wondering why the township manager let them know that there was already an offer on the parcel of land that they were considering. Reading through the documents that was provided, it didn't appear that that was disclosed.
Mr. Ains, would you like to address this question? Mr. Ains? He's disappeared.
He was here.
He was. I don't see him at all. I do know that he did tell Mr. Duchesne that there was an offer on the back portion of the property, on the property for this development. And he shared with them some information on what the property was worth from the appraiser. I just know that he did that.
Okay.
And he put it in.
That was not communicated though.
Yeah, he did put it in the packet so that the board knew that there was this offer. And I don't know how time sensitive this offer is, or how desperate Mr. Duchesne is to get some property quickly before he decides to move his business. But I know that Mr. Ains wanted to get it in front of the board, just to let the board know that we had received this request for information, and whether the board might be interested in selling a portion of that off. And so now it has distracted us from all sorts of things, but it got put in the packet so that the board is up to speed. And so this may come back at another meeting unless the board wants to take some sort of impromptu action tonight to say yes or no, or we'll think about it. So
So my only concern is that this, even though this company, it has been long-standing, even if they want to expand their business, it's in an area that was grandfathered in for zoning. It's non-conforming. It would all have to go to the planning commission in order to even see if they could do anything. And how big, what is going to be done. It might not even be worth their while to have that property. So some of those discussions should be redirected to the planner.
Right.
If they haven't gone to the planner, they should go to the planner now and at least have those discussions before they even decide, is this worth my while?
So, yeah, I think it was a bit premature to come to the board. Mr. Dockett has his hand up. So, Mr. Dockett, I promised you could be next.
Okay.
Go ahead.
It's my turn.
It's your turn, Mr. Dockett. I am going to put your hand down, though. So if you want to do it again, you have to raise your hand. So go ahead, Mr. Dockett.
So I just pushed *6, right?
Yes, that's when you want to speak. If you want to raise your hand, you push *9.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Go ahead.
I'd like to pick up where Jackie left off. First of all, it says that they wanted to buy 1.5 to 3/4 acre piece. But when you look at the drawing, it says 2.5 acres. So we already have a price of $50,000 an acre. If we were going to sell it, it'd be $125,000 if it's 2.5 acres. But I can't. And when I read it, it says that it's 140 feet to the east towards the freeway. Well, the freeway is west. So if we sell them something east, it's going to be in the middle of the lake. So he's got, Dennis might be a pretty smart spaghetti guy, but he doesn't know his north from the south and east from west. Thank you very much.
I think he did make that mistake, but I think Mr. Duchesne just wants to buy 1/2 an acre to 3/4 of an acre, which the township could split off of that.
And I would be, I don't care what Jackie Otto says, I would be, they've been, I remember when Dennis came here 25, 30 years ago. I think they've done well there. I think they've done well for the township. And if he needed a little extra footage to build on, I'd rather see him do that than move out. My niece has worked there for over 20 years. So he employs a lot of people. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Beliger.
I agree with what Mr. Dockett just said. If I would like to, I'd like to see if Duchesne would like to offer us a little bit of a, some kind of a contract, some kind of an idea, some kind of what would he like and what would he like to offer us? How much does he need, kind of a thing, property wise, and let the board then consider what he is looking for. I mean, that's what I'd like to see, because I would like to accommodate a business that's been here for a long time and proven to be very good for the community.
Okay. Ms. Chick, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, just Ms. Otto was correct in that it might have to go to the planning commission. It might have to go to the ZBA because we're not sure he could even increase his footprint without getting a variance. But I think that it would be appropriate if Mr. Duchesne offers or presents some kind of an offer, that you contact Livonia Builders and let them know that someone is interested in that property, because it would be dishonorable to just ignore them and accept another offer on a piece of property that they've already made an offer on.
Right.
Okay.
And I think Jackie had another question. She got kind of cut off when she was.
I'm sorry, Miss Otto.
Absolutely, Janet.
Yeah, the one thing I had was on the SAW grant. He talked about in his report about the project being $595,385. and that we were getting an amount of 113,350.79. I wanted to know, were those the final funds, or is there more to this that we will be getting? And when is the end of the SAW grant? I think it ends in December, if I wasn't mistaken.
Right, that's my understanding. And I'm seeing that Mr. Haynes is not back yet. Mr. Rubel is on also as a participant. We could ask him, but I believe this is the end of the funds. Mr. Rubel, do you know the status of the SAW grant?
The SAW grant expires December 31st. We're right on track. We're ahead of schedule.
Okay. Did we
final results in October, and we'll finish it shortly there.
So is the net amount for 113,350? Is that just what's ended of the SAW grant, or will we be expecting more between now and December? That's what I guess I'm asking.
You get paid 90 cents on every dollar spent through the end of the year. So you will get another disbursement from that.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that help. Any more questions on Mr. Ains' report? Ms. Manley?
Again, just kind of want to piggyback on everyone. I think it was kind of premature for the al dente to come to the board.
Yes.
I mean, we all got the emails. We don't know what they're offering, what they really want. They can't even do what they want to do. So, you know, I think that's taking up a lot of time that doesn't need to be, where the manager should have handled it back end. But he's not here to answer the questions, so.
Absolutely. And I think he should go to be directed to the planner or the zoning administrator to explore what might be available in the area and what the options are. So this is definitely premature, and I would think that a future meeting, if it comes back, would be a better time to deal with it. Okay, any more? Ms. Zelenock.
So on the SAW grant, Mr. Rubel, if I may ask, when do you think you'll be in a position to present something to the board?
I delivered a draft report a couple weeks ago. Mr. Ains is trying to determine which board meeting he would like me to present that at.
Okay.
My understanding is it's going to be October 22nd.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Or 20, whatever it is. No, it's the 27th. The second meeting in October.
Okay. That's better. We don't need, that's good enough. I don't have a calendar. The next one is, I agree with the al dente. I mean, I would like to work with them, but I'd like to follow what's the process. I, again, agree it did come to the board too early. I don't want to just dismiss it. And I think we need to coordinate with the different parties, but I would like, you know, they have been a business here for a long time. I think it brings a good name to our township. It's a good product. And I think we should, you know, work with them to see if we can't. I mean, the way I look at it is we, you know, the township still owns the property. So, but again, I think it was premature to come to the board. I'd like to have the I's and dotted and the T's crossed, but I do think, I mean, I know I support them. They have a good product, and it's a good name to have in our town. Thank you.
Thank you. It looks like Mr. Ains is back. Does anybody want to ask him specifically anything that we haven't heard about? Okay, thank you. So we have a motion to adopt the consent agenda as distributed with a second by Ms. Beliger. If we have no more comments, I'd like a roll call, please.
What is the consent agenda? It's the clerks.
The clerk's memo and the township manager report.
Yeah, I'd like to ask the clerk about the ballot. She's got it in here about the ballot. I'd like to know if there's sample ballots are in.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Manley.
Yes, they should be in, and the ballots are going out Thursday.
I did not understand is the ballots in? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Can I get one in my box?
Okay.
Can I get one in my mailbox?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Manley, yes. Otto?
Yes.
Dockett?
Yes.
Fink?
Yes.
Zelenock?
Yes.
Beliger?
Yes.
Chockley,
Yes,
7-0.
thank you. Were there any, so we have a whole pile of correspondence. Do we adopt correspondence? Or we just, there they are? They're in our packet and we've read them, so. I'd like to
adopt the correspondence as provided.
All right, sure. I'll second that. So Beliger with a second by Chockley to adopt the correspondence. Any discussion? Please roll call. Oh, Ms. Zelenock. Ms. Zelenock, go ahead.
I'd just like to thank everybody for sending in and spending the time to send in the correspondence. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Good thought. Roll call, please.
Chockley,
Yes, sorry.
Beliger,
Yes.
yes. Otto,
Yes.
Zelenock,
Yes.
Chick,
Yes.
Dockett, Mr. Dockett.
Yes.
Thank you. 7-0.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to adopt the balance of the agenda as distributed.
Support.
Motion by Chockley, support by Otto. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Manley, yes. Otto,
Yes.
Dockett,
Yes.
Chick,
Yes.
Zelenock,
Yes.
Beliger,
Yes.
Chockley,
Yes.
7-0.
Okay, thank you. The next item is the Township Board minutes from September 8th. I would like to make a motion to adopt the minutes as distributed. We have a second?
Support.
And a second by Ms. Beliger. Do we have any corrections? Okay, we've got Ms. Beliger with her hand up. Go ahead.
On the page 1, I believe we talked about improvements. On page 1 on the right-hand side, talking about the road work done. Mr. Munger, road improvements on Noller and 6 Mile. Instead of 7 Mile, it's either Noller and 6 Mile have been done, or Noller at 7 Mile. Because we didn't do improvements on 7 Mile, but I was concerned with that little where Noller meets and connects at 7. It's awfully potted there, potholed. And we've mentioned about trying to get that resolved. But I also talked at that same meeting about 6 Mile. My question was, 6 Mile going to be finished? So I think that's supposed to be road improvements on Noller and 6 Mile have been done, but yeah, but they haven't been completed. So I think that 7 is supposed to be 6 Mile.
And Sean, if I recall, it's not the 6 mile off of Noller, it was the 6 Mile on the other side, right?
That's correct. Autumn Lane and the Rushton and
Lane.
Earhart area. Yeah, actually Autumn Lane and Earhart, yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you want to change 7 to 6, and that's all your change?
I think that would probably be okay, yeah.
Okay, that'll do. Ms. Chick.
On page 2, on number 7, under annual provisional state and local task force agreement, there was a motion and it was a 7-1 on a roll call vote. So we must have had an extra person here that night. Pretty sure it's 6-1.
Yes, that's probably true. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you for catching that.
And on page number 3, it's the second column on the right. It's in the middle of the page under, I can't even see what motion this is. Under Beliger withdrew her motion. 1, 2, 3, third paragraph under that. It says Dockett, Beliger, and Dockett. It was Chick, Beliger, and Dockett. Yeah.
Okay.
Unless Mr. Dockett got to vote twice.
Okay. Thank you. Any more corrections?
That's all I got.
Yeah, just one minor one.
Okay.
On the last page, I'm sorry, page 4, on the right-hand side, Otto should be capitalized. It's in the middle underneath, under item number 10, the second paragraph.
Yes.
Answer to a question of Beliger, Chockley, and Otto. Otto should be capitalized.
Okay, thank you for catching.
Oh, thank you.
Mhm. Okay. Anything else? Okay, I will amend my motion to say to approve the September 8th Board of Trustees regular meeting minutes of September 8th as amended. So motion by Chockley, support by Beliger.
Yes.
Okay.
Did you ask if Wayne had any questions?
Wayne, do you have any questions on the minutes?
No, just vote often and vote twice if you get a chance.
Okay. We're not putting that in the minutes, Mr. Duck. Okay. Roll call, please, Miss Manley.
Dockett,
Yes.
Fink,
Yes.
Zelenock,
Yes.
Otto,
Yes.
Beliger,
Yes.
Chockley,
Yes.
Manley, yes.
Okay. All right. So we're moving on to the community center parking lot, and that's the next. So we have the subrecipient agreement, which we had to adopt the last time when we awarded the design work and all the bidding it out and writing the RFP to Tetra Tech. So we've done this once for Tetra Tech. Now this is the remainder of the agreement that we need to approve to get the rest of the work done. And so you see the amount in here. So this subrecipient agreement, it's a formality with Urban County, and we will need to approve this before we actually award a bid to a company to take care of the parking lot. So I would like to make a motion to approve the subrecipient agreement with Washtenaw County pending review and approval of the township attorney. He only changes one sentence.
I'll support.
Generally. Okay. I want to add some more to that, though.
Oh, never mind. Okay.
No, then you can support it. And allow the remaining details to be taken care of administratively. Because it's like there will be some change orders to take out the DTE, to do the lighting differently. So there'll be a few change orders to bring the costs down. And I'd like to be able to have that handled on the side to reduce the cost, so we can get if it's approved in the next agenda item, so that we can get this construction started within a couple weeks, so we can have this completed. It would be wonderful to have this done for the community before the November time when we start getting wet and snow. So anyway. So I'd like to make that motion to approve the agreement and allow the remaining, the relatively minor details to be taken care of administratively, and allow the township manager to sign the agreement.
I still support.
Okay, thank you. Motion by Chockley, support by Chick. Okay. And do we have questions on this item now? Ms. Otto.
I don't have a question. I know, Marlene, you and I talked about this earlier, but I do want to say that we did have the flooring on as part of this, and that is one of the administrative items that's going to be taken off. I still feel that there are 3 bids that are out there that are going to be coming through on the flooring. I still feel that the board should be getting those bids. So in the event that we find money or we think we can cover this, at least we know what the cost is going to be. And then as far as the landscaping, we have until next spring to do the landscaping. That's another item that will be coming off. I think that would be a good, I hear a lot on Facebook that that we could be doing a lot of community projects, volunteering. This is one of those that is a great volunteer project.
Right.
If we could find some fundraising for the landscaping part of it, for shrubs and everything, and then have people come in and help with the digging.
Okay, thank you. Yes, the landscape we're required to do is to seed it and plant 3 canopy trees. So there's 3 spots to do that. But they only need to have to be 2.5-inch trees. So they're not going to be massive trees to begin with. And I would be willing to volunteer to plant the trees just to save us $2,700, you know. So, you know, so there's a couple things like that. And I have cleared this with our representative from the county so that we could pull that minor thing off. And then we can move off the lighting from the contract so that we can have DTE take care of that. And so in one of the next couple meetings, the board will receive information on how the lighting can and will be handled for the parking lot. So, but that doesn't have to be part of the grant. We are still going to receive all of our grant funds, but in order to get this done, we need to approve this tonight. And Mr. Rubel will be able to answer some questions about the bid and the bid process in the next agenda item. But I'm hoping that we can just get this approved, this subrecipient agreement approved tonight. So any more questions about that? Mr. Dockett, do you have any?
I know, but I have a statement. You said it's wonderful to get it open for the people, but it hasn't been open for 6 months, so I guess the people, I don't think we're been too worried about the people for the last 6 months. Thank you.
Been working hard on it. Ms. Zelenock.
Yes, so we're approving this, and what if we decided not to go forward with the project? Does that have any bearing on which item gets approved first?
What do you mean? If we decide not to go forward with the subrecipient agreement?
If we decide, let's say that we're too much over budget for the parking lot and we don't do it, so I guess I'm just confused on the order.
Oh, well, the items that we can do are the flooring, the lighting. Well, no, the lighting goes with the parking lot. We have to do the lighting. So there's flooring, the lighting, and the actual parking lot.
Right.
If we decide not to move forward, we can, I'm sure the county would love to have the $91,000 back. But
I'm just asking a procedural. I mean, do we not approve the project and then approve the reciprocal agreement or the agreement, and then instead of approving the agreement and then the project?
Yes, there's an order. Yes, there's an order to it that we have to approve the subrecipient agreement first and then the bid award. So that's why it's in the order that it is on the agenda.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And if we decide not to approve any of the improvements, then we just don't have the reciprocal agreement approved? I don't know.
Well,
anyway,
then we wouldn't sign it.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's no reason to sign it if we're not going to move forward.
Okay, good.
So. Okay.
That clarifies it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions?
Yeah.
Seeing no one. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Dockett.
Can you tell me a total? I mean, I don't know what I'm voting on here.
Okay.
Can you give me something in figures so I can just voting without knowing how much? If we're talking about the parking lot, the over 100,000,
yes.
What is that? I mean, so why don't we use some numbers here?
Okay. I'll tell you right now. Can you hang on? Okay. So we got a grant of $91,268. I believe.
I didn't get that. What?
$91,268. I believe that was what we got.
91,000 for the asphalt.
$91,000 for the entire project.
91,000 for the entire project. Okay.
Right. And then the township, the township also agreed to provide a match of $35,000 for the priority project. So that it amounts to about $126,000 for the entire project, which was supposed to include the flooring and the parking lot. But there were a lot of difficulties with the parking lot. So there were costs.
I don't need the excuses, just the bottom line. What,
Okay.
you know,
That's it. So
the
we have
bottom line.
$126,000
I was asking how much will it cost for the
for the parking lot. Well, after we take things out, I've got us being over by $16,249, being over the amount that we have budgeted after we move off the lighting and pay for all of ours. But there's the potential for us to regain some of that money because of the allowance for unforeseen circumstances is $7,000. If we don't have unforeseen circumstances, we don't have to pay for them. And the same is true with Tetra Tech. They have some amount. We pay for time and material with Tetra Tech. If we don't use it all, we don't pay it. And I did mention that all of this stuff in my memo, but
you all you've done is confuse me. Just give me the what we're voting on. Just give me the price. That's all I'm interested in.
Right now we're voting on the subrecipient agreement. That's all we're voting on.
126,000.
Yes.
Okay, that's what we're voting on. 126,000. Yeah, okay.
Altogether, that's what we've got into it.
I always say about they should be getting their own money, so I don't like to vote all this money spent out of the general fund. These people should have be on the ballot, and get their own money. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody else have any questions? Okay, roll call, please, Ms. Manley. Ms. Manley?
Gotta get my screen back, sorry.
There you go.
Chockley?
Yes.
No.
You
call me?
No. I said yes. No.
Dockett? Okay. Dockett?
No.
Okay. Beliger?
Yes.
Otto?
Yes.
Zelenock?
Yes.
Dick?
Yes.
Manley? Yes. So 6-1?
Yes. Thank you so much. Our senior
6-1.
6-1. This is, I hope this all goes through because this is a real safety improvement. Okay, the next item, I'd like to make a motion to award the bid to Best Asphalt in the amount of $135,935, subject to the change orders to remove the parking lot lighting and the landscaping.
Support.
Motion by Chockley, support by, who did that? Chick. Okay, now we can have some discussion, but Mr. Rubel will be able to give us the lay of the land here with these bids. So I'd like to have him do the introduction, which will probably answer some questions for the rest of you. So go ahead, Mr. Rubel.
Well, I'll be very brief, and also Daniel from my office is on the call should we have additional questions. But we're authorized to start in this project in the spring. We worked diligently immediately after getting that, navigated quite a series of hurdles with permitting and approvals to get this project to a bidding stage in August. We opened bids early in September and recruited hard to get bidders. We made dozens of phone calls and emails, and we're pleased that we got 4 bidders interested in not only doing a project, but getting it done in a very short period of time this fall. And those 4 bids are on the table that's attached. And of the 4, the low bid was from Best Asphalt of Romulus. And we have not worked with Best before, but we called references and we're very pleased at what we heard, that Best does a very good job out in the field and maybe even a better job with the paperwork and the management. And that's a hard skill to find in a contractor. So not only that, but the county is administering another similar grant with Best and was very pleased with their work. So we think Best will do a good job for the township. We were expecting the cost to be a little bit less than how they came in. And after going through item by item and talking to Best and the bidders, it just appears that, the fixed cost of doing any project, mobilizing to the site and getting permits and so forth, just came in a little bit higher than we thought, but it certainly seems like this is a price to do this work. And as Ms. Chockley mentioned, she worked very hard at looking at these bids and working with the township's advisors to figure out how that we could defer some costs and eliminate costs. So really the way to do it would be to award the bid amount to Best. We'll issue a change order right after we sign the contract to take out all these items, these lighting items, the landscape trees, striping perhaps. We might leave that in, we might take it out.
We'll leave the striping in.
The first change order and have that back to the board. So I will turn it over to questions.
Thank you. Ms. Otto.
Are there specs and requirements for the asphalt as far as how the thickness is for the parking lot? Any what do they call it? The guards around the area where the trees are going to be, going the egress into the driveway. Is that all spec'd out and according to the county?
The county, we followed all of the county and township ordinances to sign the parking lot with exception, and it has to do with the surface of the parking lot. One of our big challenges on this was the stormwater. The road commission would not allow us to drain it out to Main Street, and there has been litigation with the property owner to the south about stormwater coming off of this parcel. So really the only option we were left with was to infiltrate the stormwater into the below ground surface. And to do that, we have an engineered aggregate surface to the parking lot. So there is not asphalt. It will look like a very smooth gravel parking lot.
Okay. Ms. Beliger, you had your hand up.
So this is the cost for simply the north lot, no work being done on the south lot?
The total that is in the bid did include some lighting work on the south lot and some restriping of the spaces, but we'll be removing at least the lighting through it. I'm sorry.
Let me interject.
Okay.
I had Chief get us a quote because I thought, maybe the ceiling and the striping would be cheaper if it was done the same time as the public safety building, which is about to happen in the next week or so. But that wasn't the case. It was a little more expensive. It was more expensive, a little more, to do it using the contractor that is going to do the PSB. So we might as well leave the pavement marking and the ceiling in with the contract that we have with Best Asphalt.
The lighting we're going to defer.
The lighting we are. Actually, we'll have another proposal coming for the board for the lighting.
That's fine.
And to follow up, this is not an asphalt. How is this going to be maintained and snow
that's
removal
what I was going to ask.
Such of that nature? I'm kind of curious how this is supposed to occur.
Yeah, this has a grid system that keeps the stone in place, and it won't move around. And it also allows the water to infiltrate through the surface. It can be plowed. It just needs to be plowed, a fraction of an inch above this plastic grid that supports the parking lot.
I'm kind of curious who's going to know that. And how much is it going to be to repair this? How expensive is it going to be to repair this when those that do maintenance aren't aware of the that requirement for plowing?
Yeah, the township will have to notify the plowing company that they will have to put a little bar on their plow.
Right.
Okay. Wow, this is 130-some thousand for that, huh?
No, it's going to be less. Ms. Chick?
Yeah, I'm actually familiar with this product because this came before the Planning Commission, and we had the same questions about maintenance, and it actually works out really, really well. The people that snowplow just have to put the blade on that's appropriate for that. Very minimal disturbance of the gravel, and if there is any, it can always be maintained. But my understanding, Mr. Rubel, was that as far as the stormwater drainage, that they will go down as far as they have to go down to make sure that that water drains off if it's 4 feet or whatever, so that it doesn't accumulate. And it is I want to say ADA compliant. The people that have walkers and whatever else equipment that they use to get around will have no problem on this surface. It doesn't get muddy. It's actually used a lot. They're doing some things in Ann Arbor, and a lot of the members of the Planning Commission that are in this line of business knew about it and swear it's a great product. So I don't think there should be anything to be concerned about.
Thank you. Ms. Otto?
If we ever wanted to asphalt the parking lot, if we ever wanted to do that part, could we do it over this material? Or would we have to take out the material and then redo?
You would have to take out at least some of it to prepare the bait.
Okay.
I don't think you need to go down multiple feet to take it out.
Okay.
But if we did that, then we'd have to deal with the stormwater runoff, which at this point, it's like 4 inches of rain we have to deal with, which just makes it prohibitively expensive.
Okay.
Yeah. Any more questions? Mr. Dockett, did you have any more questions?
Yes, this is plus the 126, is that right?
It's part of the 126.
Excuse me?
We're awarding this bid to Best Asphalt, and we're using some of the $126,000 to pay for them.
Yeah, but we just voted on 100. This is 100. Asphalt, 136,000.
Yes, it is.
But
we have to come up with the difference.
So it's not part of the 126 that we just voted on, just the one before now. So
no.
We're talking about 262,000. Is that what we're talking about?
Mr. Dockett, the $135,000 that Best Asphalt has bid will be reduced because we are going to remove $30,000 for the parking lighting. So that'll take $30,000 right off the top. We'll be removing the landscaping.
Ma'am, I'm asking if this is plus the 126 that we just did, yes or no?
I don't know what you're talking. I don't understand your question, Mr. Dockett.
What before we just voted on 126 on number 4.
You're right.
Excuse me, number 2. Number 2, we just voted on number 2 for 126,000, right?
That was the agreement. That's the maximum we're going to get.
So now we're adding the asphalt. Is that correct?
No, we're not doing asphalt at all.
Oh, Marlene, I guess what he's asking is the 135 and the 126 700 combined, and the answer should be no.
No, you're right. They're not combined.
So one is paying for the other.
Right.
Number 2 is paying for number 3.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I understand there's two separate ones, but they're for the same job, same thing.
Well, one is the money for it and the other is the job.
Yeah, we're getting 120. We're getting 126 and spending 130 something. So
yeah.
How much? Okay, when I'm trying to figure out. It looks like it's if that's the case, it looks like it's $80,000 for every parking lot. I mean, say there's only 17 parking spaces. It's criminal. We would all be in jail if we were civilians.
Okay.
How much are we paying for each? There's 17 parking spots. So what are we paying? How much are we paying for each parking space? Is what I would like to know, but I guess I'll never find out. So,
okay.
Yes, I have questions.
Okay, Ms. Beliger, can we try to wrap this up shortly if people have got this figured out? Ms. Beliger, go ahead.
I take the sidewalk is going to be redone in that area. And I see a little bit of a graphic there indicating the sidewalk will be addressed, and that steep approach is going to be addressed as well, because it's kind of too steep for some vehicles actually at this point.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be lowered.
Thank you.
Okay, great.
Okay. More questions, Ms. Zelenock?
So I think what we're looking for, Ms. Chockley, is take us through the cost of this project.
Okay.
And it's very hard to kind of determine between the documents right now.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, we have a bid of $136,000, correct?
Yes.
We are removing items, and you started that, correct? So we're removing $30,000 for the lighting because that's going to be done by a different method, correct?
Correct.
Then we're going to remove some of the landscaping, which is, I don't know, approximately 3,000, 4,000, just approximate would be good.
2,700. You can see if you go down the line under best asphalt.
Yep. Just give me, so you said 2,700. So what if I round it to 3,000?
Sure.
It's kind of easier to do that.
Okay.
So now we're at a cost of 103,000 for the, and it's not asphalt, it's permeable parking, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So we're at 103,000 for this cost of the parking lot.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And then in addition to that, we had to put in, what was that? 35,000, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. So, but we're at 103,000 that this cost is going to, the parking lot's going to cost.
Right. But that does not include the design work, though. Just let you know.
Okay. So now add me the design work.
39,500.
So I'm going to make that 40,000.
So, okay.
So now we're at, it's going to cost 143,000, correct?
Okay. Yes.
Approximately.
Yes.
Okay. And the grant is going to cost me, or they're going to pay for like 92,000. Is that correct?
Right. There. Well, 91. Yes. Let's call it 91.
Okay. Let's call it 91,000. We're just doing rounds because I'm on a piece of paper and it's much easier to do that.
Okay.
So basically it's costing us 143,000 and we're getting 91,000 back or from a grant. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So now we're at like $52,000. Is that correct? That's going to be kind of the township cost.
91. Yes. But we've already pledged the 35,000 of that.
Correct. We already said we were going to spend 35,000.
Right.
But the township is going to cost 52,000. We have pledged 35,000. So basically the difference is 17,000.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So in addition to what we thought initially, it's going to cost the township $17,000 over.
Yes.
Okay. And the one thing is it's going to eliminate the flooring because it's just not covered at this point in time. And that will have to come back as a separate project if we choose to do it. So it's going to cost us $17,000 more than we anticipated for doing the parking lot. And that doesn't include the lighting, but I think there's a proposal that's going to be pretty minimal to do the lighting. So
Correct.
thank you. That's what I was looking for.
Thank you.
I appreciate, again, doing some rounding. It may end up being, 17,200. It may end up being, 16,500, but I'm good now. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. I'm glad you used your deductive reasoning to figure out what we were paying. Thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Any more questions for Mr. Rubel?
I just, Mr. Rubel, if I may, we are going to confirm that big slope is going away. You said the pitch would change. But that's going to be nice and easy, so you don't have to have an SUV to get up it. You can take a normal
I
car.
believe Daniel's on the phone. I believe he did drop that sidewalk to make it much more manageable to get across it into the parking lot.
Okay. Okay. Do you want Daniel to speak? I promoted him.
Daniel's, my memory's correct, is it not?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
That is correct. Yes, the apron and entrance had to get approved through the road commission. So.
Okay.
And we'll be replacing the sidewalk. So, any cracked sidewalk will be taken care of, and the slopes will be appropriate for wheelchairs and all of that. So this will be really helpful, correct, Mr. Warren?
That is correct.
Okay. So when they design this, they have to meet all of the standards that are required by the county and the township, and so at least we're going to get a really high quality product here. So I appreciate all of the effort. Okay.
Real quick, I'm sorry, Marlene.
Go ahead.
Will the sidewalks be widened to the updated specs?
I don't know, Mr. Warren.
Yeah, Daniel, do you remember? I don't remember the width.
We're only doing the sidewalk adjacent to the northern parking lot addition, and we were matching the existing width.
Okay.
Okay.
I believe it's 5 foot there.
I don't know. Okay. Okay, I guess we can, are we ready for roll call on this now?
I got one more statement.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Dockett.
Okay. I just want to remind all of us that regardless of there's grant money or whether it's all tax money. This is the people's money. And this is what I say when I'd like to figure out how much it costs for it. I mean, we're spending a lot of money for 17 parking places. I think we're being sloppy on it. That's what I just think we could do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, roll call, please.
Beliger.
It's a tough one. I know we need to get the lot done over there, but it seems so expensive what we're getting. Yes.
Catherine. Chockley.
Yes, sorry.
Okay. Manley. Yes. Otto.
Yes.
Dockett.
No.
Zelenock.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. 6-1.
6-1. Thank you. Thank you. Our seniors are going to like this. We're going to like this. So look for it before the end of November.
Can I move to take a 5-minute recess?
Yeah, yeah, that would help. 5-minute recess.
Yeah,
agree.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
We can go now?
Yes, 5 minutes. I'm pausing the recording for 5 minutes. Okay, everybody gets take 5. Thank you, Mr. Rubel and Mr. Warren. I'm sorry it took so long here, but We're an hour behind schedule now. Mr. Lippens, are you here? Mr. Lippens? Mr. Rubel, feel free to go. There you are. I was wondering if you could queue up or the gentleman or gentlewoman who are going to speak for GS Ashley.
I will do that. And while we're still on break, Supervisor, I did want to mention before we start, you might want to mention before we start the presentations that I think we have the presentations numbered A through E or A.
Yeah, A through F.
A through F, thank you. And then we have our next item on the agenda is discussion. I think the agenda implies that you're going to also have an A through F for your discussions.
Not necessarily.
Well, you are going to have to hear all the cases.
Yes.
So I would recommend that you do have A through F when you get there, because that way you would be able to structure your conversation according to the cases that you're hearing. So it's a little bit of advice. I thought it was implied by the agenda.
Nope. No, the agenda was, I don't know. I struggled with this part of it, this huge batch of stuff. today, and I don't know. It was.
Well, perhaps before you get to the discussion portion, you might also consult with Mariah. But you have all of those cases that you're hearing this evening.
Right.
That's why I'm mentioning it. So,
do we really need to discuss them all individually after?
You have cases that were forwarded to you by the Planning Commission.
Right.
And the board is I'm trying to think of the right way to say this. You have those cases tonight. So if you don't want to discuss them tonight, then you need to table them, I would say.
Oh, so you're recommending we discuss them individually?
They are individual cases, correct?
Okay. Okay, we'll see what Mariah has to say too.
Yeah, I would ask her. She probably is the person that would provide a better advice for you on that.
Okay. Mariah. Yes, we're wondering about all of these cases. Do we need to actually get into the pros and cons of each of them tonight after the presentations individually?
Yes. I mean, if you're going to make decisions, yes, you have to do your findings of fact.
Okay.
If you're otherwise you're tabling a decision, but if you're making a decision, you have to do your findings of fact individually for each one of them.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I know it feels like.
So then how does it determine who goes first? Is it determined by the order that you put them in?
Is that a question for Paul?
It's a question for Paul.
Well, that's what my advice. I thought it was implied under the order that you're hearing the presentations, that the next item on the agenda, item 5, would be the order that you were going to also handle the discussions.
So the thought is that once they do the presentations, why can't we do the motion and present our motion based on the fact of why we did that motion? Instead of going, okay, number 1, yes, number 2, no, number 3, yes, doing it that way. It just doesn't make sense.
I'm sorry, Trustee Otto, I'm not sure I understood.
Well, why wouldn't we go through the presentation and only make a motion on those that we would be accepting or we want to make a motion on, and then those that we don't aren't accepted?
Well, so I think Mariah was clarifying that. So you don't need to present findings if you're tabling a decision, but you do need to table that decision because all of these cases were forwarded to you from Planning Commission.
Okay.
Right. So if you're making a decision, whether it's accept, whether it's approve or deny, either one of those decisions requires findings of fact. If you're tabling, you would not have to have findings of fact because the assumption is that you would be doing that at another meeting. Is that helpful?
Clear as mud.
Yep.
So I still go back to, how do we decide who goes forward?
Who goes for? You mean who
goes first?
Oh,
who goes first in the decision? Is it who's presented first, or?
My recommendation is to handle them in the order of the presentations, which are the same order they were handled at Planning Commission.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that
what I wanted to know.
Clearest. Yeah.
And I wish we would have had that cleared in our memo.
What is the findings and fact or whatever that you are speaking of?
So that's Paul put together that memo for you, the conditional use motion worksheet. And it has it contains the conditional use criteria. So when you're deciding on a conditional use, you generally go through those criteria and make what in the legal world we call a finding of fact. I don't know what, maybe you call it something different at the board level, but where you say, you know, these are the standards. Does this application meet those standards? You're just making a record of why you're deciding one way or the other based on the criteria from the zoning ordinance.
So this would go through anything that would come through us?
Any conditional use application falls under the same criteria. Yes. This is not specific to marijuana.
And what happens with this? I mean, is this something we have to do, like individually, or how does that work?
For each application, if you're going to approve it or deny it, you need to have some type of findings of fact based on the criteria.
Individually or as a group?
Oh, as a group. Yep, as a group. Mm-hmm. Okay. Sorry. I thought you meant individually according to
No, like individually as each of us.
Nope, as a group.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay.
It would have been wonderful to know all this ahead of time.
Yeah. Okay. I just wonder if the board is all back here at this point. Okay.
I just have a question. So we're here.
4, 5, 6. Okay. Ms. Zelenock, question. Go ahead.
I mean, the finding of fact, from being on the board for the last 3 years, this is kind of the first time that conditional use have come before us. And my understanding is that we're going through and doing this. But I'm just slightly confused on why this is different than what I have seen in the past 3 years coming before the board. So again, I think this discussion would have been good to have, this whole discussion at another time, but I do.
So can I just interject here?
Well, I need to call this meeting back to order at some point.
That's what we need to do.
We got everybody here. Yeah. Okay, I would like to, I'm going to start recording again. And so the meeting is back to order.
Is Mr. Dockett also present?
Yes, you with us?
Are you here, Mr. Dockett? Yes, there he is. Okay. So we're on.
I guess, yeah, okay, I guess maybe we should start with the permit application and then we can talk about the next one.
Right. So, okay, let's get through the presentations of all of the applicants, and then we will get some direction as we go through 5, discussing and making a decision. Okay. So, cue up your first presentation, Mr. Lippens. It's GS Ashley.
All right, thank you. I believe for GS Ashley, we have Nate Podred, who's the lead, and then Nate, I'm gonna promote you to panelist. I believe we have, and Nate, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe we have Stephanie and Rabbi James Kahn here to present with you. I'm gonna promote
Sarah Stretchberry and James Kahn.
Thank you. We got James and Sarah Stretchberry, correct? Yeah. Yep. All right. Okay, Nate, and are you able to share your screen to share your presentation materials?
I believe Sarah is going to share.
I have one more
Sarah?
question, Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Ms.
So we are keeping them to 10 minutes, and who is doing that timing?
I've got my alarm going.
Okay, so it's a 10-minute, right?
10 minutes, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen.
I'm Sarah Stretchberry. I just want to say thank you to everybody, first of all. And I will have to turn my video off in order to share my screen, so apologies. Oh, unfortunately, it's saying that the host has disabled screen share.
Let me see if I can enable that. Okay, yep, I got it. All panelists.
Is Mr. Dockett aware he's not going to be able to see any of this?
Yes, he is.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think I just fixed that. Can you try again, Sarah?
Looks like it. Thank you. All right. And can everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Good evening, members of the board. Thank you so much for allowing me to present to you tonight. We're very excited to be with you and tell you a bit more about who we are and why GS Ashley is the right choice for downtown Whitmore Lake. I'm Sarah Stretchberry, and I'm the Vice President of Expansion for GS Ashley with Holistic Industries. I want to take a moment to introduce myself and GS Ashley and explain why, of the 3 applicants in the downtown area with tied scores, we are the best choice for Northfield Township. While I do so, please allow me to share some images of our Liberty branded sister stores. I was raised in a Christian home. My father was a pastor at a local church. I watched in my youth as my family struggled with stigma associated with the use of cannabis by my younger sister to control her seizures. It was this experience that fueled my desire to bring cannabis out of the shadows. Holistic is a company that shares the values I was raised with: honesty, integrity, and a desire to take care of individuals and the community as a whole. Holistic has a decade of experience in the legal cannabis market that includes a perfect record of compliance and safety with no major infractions or incidents in our history. In Michigan, GS Ashley mirrors that operational and compliance excellence. So much so, in fact, that we were granted the first adult use retail license in the state in the city of Ann Arbor. And from there, we've upheld that record. In addition to the Ann Arbor location, we operate a provisioning center in the Corktown neighborhood of Detroit, and we are in construction on a 67,000 square foot cultivation, processing, and retail provisioning center in the city of Madison Heights. We bring the excellence and experience of a team of experts in the legal cannabis market that is second to none. It includes executives from various industries such as banking, traditional retail, law enforcement, legislation, and even members of the clergy. We provide an in-store experience that values our patients and our customers by offering deep knowledge of the products and warm and inviting spaces. We always hire locally, with pay averaging $18 an hour and include full benefits. We honor and give back to our communities in many other unique ways. Coming later, Rabbi James Kahn, our Director of Community Outreach, will tell you a bit about some of our programs we have in place in other communities. Before that, I'll pass it off to Nate Podred to discuss an exciting development proposal to help bring a significant component of the downtown strategic and master plan to life. It is Holistic Industries' proven record of financial stability, including tens of millions of dollars in financial backing and consistent quarter-over-quarter financial gains that affords us the opportunity to give back in such a major way. I'd like to end by saying how excited we are for this opportunity. One of the things I am most passionate about in my position is taking empty storefronts and breathing new life into them. There is no location that excites me more than this location at 22 Barker Road. I hope that you will give us the opportunity to make this dream a reality. Thank you. Nate?
I'm Nate Podred, co-founder of GS Ashley. I've been a resident of Scioto Township for over a decade and been a hands-on operator of licensed regulated cannabis facilities in Washtenaw since 2016. Over nearly the past 2 years, we've been invested in Northfield, and I've spent considerable time attending public meetings, speaking with residents, and participating in local events, all well before ordinance was even in place. In our initial application, we shared our plan to create the Downtown Whitmore Lake Positive Growth Fund. This fund will be seeded with $25,000 a year plus a % of profit. These monies would go towards improvements to public infrastructure such as lighting, sidewalks, and green space across the downtown districts. After talking with your planner, Mr. Lippens, about the vision for the downtown through the strategic action plan, later adopted into the master plan, we took his comments and concerns to heart and worked to develop a strategy that would additionally focus on improving the public built environment, specifically developing the boulevard at Barker and Main. Our development proposal is a self-contained project that will jumpstart the downtown plan and add significant public space while improving existing community areas and rights of way. By virtue of our location, along with our resources and expertise, we're the only single site in the township that, through partnership with Northfield, can have a truly transformative impact on the downtown, completely aligned with the plans. The existing conditions of Barker and Main are not currently wide enough to create the boulevard called for in the plan. So a key to this partnership would be us granting and dedicating a portion of our private frontage for public use in order to widen Barker to create the necessary space for the project. In our proposed development agreement, which we delivered to council for comment and review, we have included an additional investment of $400,000 into the downtown to bring this project to life. The current agreement is intended to be a working document to discuss and finalize with terms agreeable to the township. Whether the second phase of funding is matched or contributed directly, what's important is moving the downtown improvements forward. This plan will create wide sidewalks, new lovely streetscapes, sitting areas, and spaces for public art, and it will act as a distinct and unique gateway into the downtown. It will calm traffic, increasing safety, and add much needed parking while creating a place that people from Whitmore and the surrounding communities will love to visit and spend time. As a result, it can act as a catalyst for new investment and real growth. Rather than subsidizing one business or a single space, through this public-private partnership, we would be creating a viable foundation for true economic development and sustainable future growth. Additionally, although our project will ultimately add significant public parking, until it's complete, we are contracting off-site parking for our employees, leaving our existing spaces free and clear for customers, and we'll do so without using any downtown public or existing private spaces. We know several groups received identical scores on the check-the-box scoring matrix in the application, but when you look at the content of those answers and how we actually operate, as well as our hiring practices, security experience, and financial stability, you'll see that our expertise and history of security and compliance over 10 years of operating fully compliant legal cannabis retail makes us the best suited to operate in compliance with the state act within the municipality, and overall the best choice for Northfield. James?
Thanks, Nate. And thank you, esteemed board members and members of the public. I appreciate this opportunity to add my voice to GS Ashley's application. As Nate said, my name is James Kahn, and as Sarah mentioned, I'm a rabbi. Before joining GS Ashley, I worked as a chaplain at Walter Reed Medical Center and provided hospice services at the National Institute of Health, NIH. I've spent nearly a decade working in social services. I share this with you because I feel it tells you something about our company. GS Ashley is on a mission to make America's cannabis industry a force for good. As a community faith leader and a father of 2 young boys, I understand that some of you may have concerns about cannabis coming to Northfield. In fact, it was my own concerns about cannabis that led me to enter the industry. Thankfully, I have seen that cannabis can be done right, even raising up communities that welcome it. And doing cannabis right is my full-time job at GS Ashley. If concerns arise, whether today, tomorrow, or in the years to come, I will be there, along with my colleague Nate, to address them. You will have our personal phone numbers. Many of you already have Nate's. And you'll find that we run our stores as if they were in our own backyard. I've sat through many meetings like this one, listening as companies promise the world. What I've learned is to look beyond aspirations and focus on accomplishments. What have they done? What are they doing now? And are the communities that they are serving willing to vouch for them? Do their next door neighbors call in to support them? I'll tell you that when you dive into GS Ashley's application, not only will you find detailed community plans, but you'll find letters of support from municipal leaders, just like yourselves, public servants whose only job is to ensure the health and well-being of their constituents. Individuals like Kimberly Heisler, the executive director of the Madison Heights Community Coalition, whose board comprises local law enforcement agents, city government officials, and businesses, all united in the fight against drug abuse. And Chris Fry, the mayor of Newcastle, Pennsylvania, who just last month partnered with GS Ashley on a year-long project to save 40 homes from being condemned. And Everett Brassard, the town
30
administrator
seconds, Mr. Podred.
of Munson, Massachusetts, where we've built a no-cost transportation system providing low-income, homebound elders with rides to church on Sundays and doctor's visits during the week. And you'll discover that we're the sole cannabis partner of the United States Veterans Chamber of Commerce. I could go on, and I know I'm out of time, but with the respect for the long night ahead of us, I hope I can give Nate the final word. My only hope is that if you take anything from our presentation tonight, it's that GS Ashley is your partner in making cannabis a force for good in Northfield. We have the right site, the right team, the expertise, and the resources and vision to succeed. Thank you for considering us for this.
Thank you, Mr. Podred.
Nate?
Time is up.
Okay. Thank you.
So,
Okay.
Supervisor,
Yes.
would you like to hold discussions and go to the next presentation?
Yes, I would.
All right. Thank you, Nate, and your team. I'm going to go ahead and queue up our next presentation. So for panelists, I'm going to change the role of the GS Ashley team back to attendees. And then I am going to double check my agenda, see who's next. We're looking for Treehouse Wellness, and I'm going to look for the participants. I think that this is who's got their hand raised here.
Matt Ritz's hand is up.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yep, Matt. Oh, there we go. I see it. All right, Matt, I'm going to promote you to panelist. Maybe you can help us locate the rest of your team. Do we have Matt here? I did promote Matt to panelist. I'm not seeing him in the panel now. He's back in the attendee. Sometimes people accidentally leave the meeting rather than getting promoted. There we go. Matt, who else on your team do we have this evening?
So we got Mike Lewis and Kevin, but they're both here with me, so we're going to work this out for one.
Oh, okay. Great. Thank you, Matt. You have 10 minutes to present.
All right. Thanks a lot,
Just give us
guys.
a second to get started.
Sure. Yes. And you should be able to share your screen.
Yep. All right. Thank you.
Good evening, Northfield Township Board members, residents, and local leadership. My name is Michael Lewis, and I'm here representing the Green Guys Group and Treehouse Wellness. We want to first start by thanking you for facilitating this final meeting and giving us the opportunity to present our proposed medical and adult use marijuana facilities for downtown Whitmore Lake.
Can you guys hear us?
Yes, we can hear you, but we're not seeing the
can't
screen
see you.
share.
Okay. Yeah, 1 second.
We're going to try it again.
Okay, now we can.
Good evening, Northfield Township Board members, residents, and local leadership. My name is Michael Lewis, and I'm here representing the Green Guys Group and Treehouse Wellness. We want to first start by thanking you for facilitating this final meeting and giving us the opportunity to present our proposed medical and adult use marijuana facilities for downtown Whitmore Lake. We are humbled to have made it this far amongst the several applicants here today. Throughout this process and our involvement at nearly every Board of Trustees, DDA, and Planning Commission meeting over the past 11 months, we have had the opportunity to meet many wonderful residents who live and work in the area. It became apparent to us early on that Whitmore Lake is where we plan to be because we know what this area has to offer. When awarded conditional use, your confidence in our ability to execute our vision will coincide with that of the many residents and local business owners. We realize these new cannabis business opportunities will bring new life to the stagnant downtown business district. For this reason, our team took a proactive approach and immediately became involved with the community to understand the heartbeat of Whitmore Lake. Rather than talking about it or creating a presentation to promise it, we executed on it and continue to do so. After the initial application deadline of January 24th, we were one of only 3 applicants encouraged by the township to proceed to the site plan review. Over the past several months, while other applicants focused on correcting and revising their applications to acquire additional points, we took a different approach. We further developed our commitments to ensure they closely aligned with the residents and local leadership. I will now transition to Kevin, who will talk about our community involvement and what our proposal does for the downtown development.
Thanks, Mike, and good evening, everyone. We started by getting to know our neighboring residents and business owners in late 2019 by rolling up our sleeves and knocking on doors. We then hosted the first applicant-sponsored event to help the community understand our vision. We listened to comments, concerns, and public feedback to fuel our immediate action plan. We had over 100 participants join us at Captain Joe's on a Monday night. The turnout and dialogue we had was amazing, showing us we were on the right track. The downtown development of Whitmore Lake starts with this building, and for that, it requires heart and a motivated group that cares. That's why when during an event we heard local business owners were upset over the visual appearance of our building, we immediately came down and cleaned it up prior to having official ownership of it. We wanted to set the tone for what we looked like as neighbors. We proactively sought out opportunities for volunteer work. Most recently, we were thrilled to be part of the Playpath project, spending 2 days helping construct equipment, benches, and games for children in the community. Furthermore, we joined the local Chamber of Commerce and began networking through attending meetings. Through this, we've already found new potential vendors, along with many other synergies that we're excited to explore. As a result, we received strong letters of recommendation from both the Whitmore Lake and Brighton Area Chamber of Commerce. We knew our efforts had begun to make a meaningful impact when during our first presentation to the Planning Commission, many of the mentioned residents we met during this process took it upon themselves to personally call in and publicly support us. It happened organically from locals because they believed in us. As you will see in our packet, this strong effort continued to show itself when we received an additional 30+ letters of recommendation from local residents and business owners. This project to revitalize the old Sandy Massage Building requires a team who can execute their plan in a timely fashion. That is the choice you're tasked in making, choosing which candidate you believe can carry out the vision of what you want. On top of that, making sure it's done in the right building that fits the plan for what you see for your township. This is your opportunity to let somebody revitalize an iconic and vacant building in the downtown. Based on current estimates, we expect to invest beyond $1.5 million into this project, the construction of the building, and what's inside. A healthy portion of these bids have been allocated to local Whitmore Lake businesses, which we've already began engaging in formal bidding with. In total, this amounts to roughly $1 million+ in anticipated local bids. That's just the beginning and where we're at today. We expect an additional $3 to $5 million in potential new business development and local business over the next couple years, both cannabis and non-cannabis related. Our timeline is aggressive, and we have the team to make it work. This means immediate results for the community. Between our groups, construction and development is something we have a lot of experience with. Therefore, we expect to begin our build-out immediately, facilitate it in an efficient manner, and show that we have a deep understanding of working with a local municipality to execute on such a project. You can see this through the fact that during our last public meeting, it was mentioned that our current set of plans done by local firm Lindhout & Associates closely match the guidelines set forth by the Downtown Development Authority. When the vote passed nearly 2 years ago to allow marijuana businesses to operate, the resounding motive was to add more business and stimulate a stagnant downtown. Of all the applicants, only one has a plan in place to add non-marijuana business to the downtown area immediately. That's why, beyond what is being proposed for our local cannabis business, we are also setting forth a strong focus on not taking away any existing business, but rather adding more non-cannabis business to the area. Starting, but not limited to our third and unoccupied address, we plan to quickly fill with something to value of residents and local visitors. With the right business, imagine what this could do, especially during the summer months due to the attractive proximity to the lake. Our approach for this space has began by canvassing the community and asking residents for input on what type of business they would like to see in this space. So far, we've received a lot of great feedback from several people. Our proposal results in 0 existing business lost and the creation of 2 new businesses in phase 1. Beyond that, we already reached out and expressed interest in opening 1 to 2 other businesses as part of our phase 2 plan. Now I'm going to transition to Matt to discuss our easement and provide some closing statements. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Public parking and vehicular traffic flow downtown has been a key initiative during this licensing process. We heard several people talk about this and show it on paper. We are putting it into action. We were the first to officially offer something back to the community before this process was even completed. We researched the downtown strategic plan for the proposed boulevard and understand this is a long-term project. Therefore, we set out to create a more immediate parking solution. Our detailed easement plan is well aligned with the goals of the Planning Commission and creates a total of 35 plus parking spots and access to business from both Barker and Main Street. In the downtown development plan, it states development shall be phased to address public amenities, lake views, and natural features, desirable connections to downtown, parking, site access, and community vitality. Our plan does exactly that. First, we worked with Dana at Lovely Monkey Tattoo, who owns a part of the easement property. This enabled us to create the connection from Main to Barker Street. This relationship also allowed us to address the concerns of the Planning Commission related to the movement of the gas and electrical meters in the alley. Our site plan now includes these important changes. From there, we started working directly with Rob Munger, the owner of 75 Barker, to further connect the dots between each respective property owner. This enabled us to complete the initial traffic flow connection by expanding his current parking lot to add 12 additional parking spots and connect the lots to provide the most efficient traffic flow between Barker and Main Street. To solidify the easement project, our team worked diligently with Zach and his brother to unify our easement plan. This recently acquired LOI will allow for the demolition of the block building adjacent to 9551 Main Street, which will create an additional 5+ parking spaces and will result in safe one-way directional traffic flow. We exchanged plans, worked collaboratively, and generated letters of intent executed by all parties and shown within our packet today. That's 5 local businesses all working together to put this vision into action. As you can see, rounding up members of the community to get something done comes naturally to us. This would not only create an additional 22 spaces for a grand total of 35+ spaces, but also offer efficient and safe traffic flow and entrance and business access from both Barker and Main Street. Furthermore, we worked in various other landscaping elements, public seating, and other fine details to make the area feel like a true downtown. We would like to stress again that this isn't about words and promises, but rather action. So in conclusion, if chosen to be a part of this community, this is what we are offering. We're offering total renovation inside and out of 9545 through 9551 Main Street building. Creation of both our proposed cannabis operation and non-cannabis business in our newly renovated space. Creation of 22 new parking spots on top of the 13 existing spots. An easement for traffic flow and additional access to and from Barker and Main Street. Demolition facilitated by us of the older block building adjacent to our rear parking with additional access to and from Main Street and even more parking. 3% or more of our operating profits donated to several beneficial initiatives, including but not limited to the enhancement of the surrounding area. A more downtown look and feel through the use of landscaping, pedestrian seating, and several other unique features that are currently lacking in the downtown. We are not just here to take what we can, but rather contribute our ideas and visions to enhance the downtown and bring new life to it. I would like to thank you all for this wonderful opportunity, and we hope to be fortunate enough to be chosen today as your new neighbor.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
I believe Supervisor would like me to just proceed and queue up the next presentation.
Yes, I would.
Thank you, Supervisor. I will do that. All right, so I am going to get the next folks queued up here. All right, I'm looking for PureBud, so I'm looking for Keyshawn in the audience. I see Keyshawn has his hand raised. Keyshawn, I'm going to promote you to panelist, and I don't know if your colleague Alex is here. I guess you can let me know. Keish.
Hey, Paul, can you guys hear me?
I can hear you. Is anyone else presenting with you this evening?
Yeah, we have Angie Lane and Daniel Morgan.
All right, I will look for them in the participants. I see Daniel Morgan. Daniel, I'm going to promote you to panelist, and then Angie Lane. I see Angie Lane. Angie, I'm going to promote you to panelist as well. And Keish, while you get ready to go, I'm going to go ahead and also transition our last group back to the attendees. So, but I think we're good to go when you are.
Okay, I'll get started then. So thank you, Northfield Township. My name is Keishan Sataria, also known by my nickname Keish, and I'm here to talk to you guys about the PureBuds project. I think before going into the project, it's important to understand the ownership group, their experiences, and their overall vision. To speak about the ownership group, it's extremely experienced group of folks that have now ventured into the cannabis sector after having immense success in retail and convenience, high-tech manufacturing, hospitality, and multi-tenant shopping. The group's financially stable, being backed by a strong capital partner, Aria Capital. And as part of our original application back in January, you would have received over 500 pages. And out of some of those pages, there were letters of recommendation, letters in support, as well as a CPA attestation about our financial wherewithal and backing. We have over $15 million in our first phase of investment in Northfield Township, and that's between a variety of different projects. We have PureBuds here today, as well as another project, Nova Business Park, that our group is also presenting to the township. We were just at Planning Commission last week for the Katie Grow and Processing Facility. And really, this is PureBuds is, just one of the many projects that we have in store for Northfield Township. We're really excited to bring these projects to fruition. Having our own grow and processing, as well as retail in the same community, will allow residents and consumers of the product to really know where they're sourcing their product from, as well as be able to enjoy high quality, sun-grown, high-rich terpene cannabis from our greenhouse facility. Our team will be developing all of these projects, and we have a lot of experience on the development side. To show you some of our development projects, this is a project we recently completed in Livonia, Michigan. It started off as a shell building, put in high-tech electrostatic discharge tile, and then put in a manufacturing operation inside. And what makes our group unique is not only do we come in and build and design and actually erect these structures and develop them, but we actually own and operate them too. So one of our industries that we operate in is high-tech manufacturing. And this is a project snapshot of the project I just showed you pictures of. We built that back in 2015. It was a $5 million project and really shows our group's strong regulatory compliance history. You've seen here on the right-hand side some of the quality control certifications that we have for dealing with automotive, medical, and other customers. Speaking to PureBuds as retail, we also have a lot of experience in the retail sector. You can see here on the left-hand side, one of our retail stores going through demolition, and then on the right-hand side, about 70 or 80% completed with LED lighting and kind of a new cooler and everything installed. Each of our retail projects is unique. We have currently 17 retail stores in the portfolio, and a lot of them have liquor, beer, wine, and other licensing. So we have a strong history of compliance with LARA and the local regulatory bodies here in Michigan. Alcohol and tobacco are age-restricted products and require somewhat similar standards to what the marijuana regulatory agency does. When it comes to cannabis in specifics, we brought on Dan Morgan as part of our team. I'm going to pass it on to Dan so he can speak a little bit about our experience in the cannabis space.
Thanks, Keish. My name is Daniel Morgan, and I've been in the cannabis industry for the last 10 years. In that time, I've helped Starbuds, the company I started working for and am now a partner in, grow from 1 store in Colorado to 21 across the country. I have personally developed a training program that teaches all employees how to keep compliant, ensure product safety, and deliver an exceptional customer experience. I have also developed comprehensive SOPs that cover everything from building out the location to managing every aspect of the business. In fact, next week, I'm going to Oklahoma to do a training for all the managers and members of our corporate office in Oklahoma for the company I'm currently working for. I have worked with many groups similar to PureBuds, and I have no doubt that we will be able to create a successful, compliant, and safe business in Michigan. Thanks, Keish. Back to you.
Thanks, Dan. I'd also like to have Angie Lane, our architect, spend a few minutes here just speaking about our architecture and building layout. Angie, are you on the line? So it looks like Angie may be having some technical difficulties here, but we have Angie Lane here on the call as well. She's our architect for the project. She was previously the architect for Bobber Down when it was owned and renovated by the Hatfields. We retained her because she already had the site characteristics and everything very familiar. We worked through the site, eliminating some of the parallel parking spots and really increasing mobility and flow through the lot. And as part of our commitment to the township, we really looked at how to maximize the space and utilize the building. It's a fairly large building, and a lot of you guys are familiar with it being Bobber Down. On the bottom right, it's a little hard to see here, but we have our floor plan for a multi-tenant space. So we'll be actually converting this building into 2 different suites, one housing PureBuds and one housing Pure Market. Really excited to talk to you guys about Pure Market as well. It's one of our new business development initiatives. It's non-cannabis, so it's not related to selling or vending any cannabis product, but it's more or less your upscale convenience store. We're going to be coming in with really competitive pricing on this side as well, really having the customer service approach and bringing in a large variety. For those of you who are local, I live down the street in Plymouth Township, and we have a really good store called Picnic Basket. We're utilizing that for inspiration as we go and design Pure Market.
Keish, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can, Angie.
Oh, sorry about that. I don't know what happened to my mic, but I think you did a good job of explaining it, because I think the board probably knows what a difficult site this is or has been for Bobber in terms of parking. And now we've sufficiently met the requirements for parking. There's going to be additional landscaping, actual lighting in the parking lot, and the multi-tenant space will have the non-marijuana use in the back and the upscale retail in the front. So the street face is not the dispensary, but there are 2 distinct entries and exits for each retail use.
Thanks, Angie.
Yeah.
So, speaking about our new business development, as part of our community outreach program, we also put together a new business development competition. The details of the competition are part of our original application, but I'll touch on it a little bit. It's an annual competition to really help spur new business development in the area. I know we've come in with a few different projects of our own. We'd also like to help other new and prospective business owners get up off the ground. And so every year we'll work with the township and different applicants to the competition, help the winner with capital, legal, entity formation, and whatever other support they would need to really be successful. As part of our commitment to the township, we have over 50% of the residents as our labor force and a commitment in our application for that. And we look forward to working with the community on outreach, as well as hopefully bringing in a large portion of the community members as part of our working team. We'll be hosting seminars and meetings so that the township's informed with what we're up to, both on PureBuds and on the grow and processing facility, as well as any other topics that they may have in mind. We've also worked with Washtenaw County. I was working with them for the private road for the business park there, and they mentioned that there were no roads adopted in all of Northfield Township from a county level. And so we took the onus to adopt Main Street as well as North Territorial for our projects. So you'll see our team, out there a couple times a year, really cleaning up and giving back to the community in that way, as well as partnering with local organizations. We've narrowed it down to a few, like Northfield Human Services. We also want to work with the residents and the township on what priorities there may be, as time goes on. For example, 4th of July fireworks or other programs that may be going on. Last but not least, I think public safety is very important. Our site is 1,000 feet away from schools, parks, libraries, and other applicants. So we're not held to any of those buffer considerations. We're also right across the street from the police and fire, which we believe helps add a little bit of safety aspect. The site's an existing conditional use. So there was on-premise consumption before for liquor. And, we took that site, we improved some of the traffic flow, as Angie mentioned, added some exterior lighting to really help make the site more lit and secure. And we'll be working with our neighbors at All Star Alarm to really beef up the security for both tenants in the space, for PureBuds and for Pure Market.
15 seconds, sir.
Thank you. Overall, we believe we have a very strong application. I believe the scoring is 20. The only points that we lost were we're not local to Northfield Township, and I believe being down the street on North Territorial and Plymouth Township is pretty close. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Keish. Supervisor, I'm going to go ahead and queue up our next presentation.
Okay, thank you.
We're looking for Northern Trellis, so I believe I'm looking for Trent and his team. We're going to participants. I see a couple hands raised over here. Yes, I got Trent here. Trent, I'm going to promote you to panelist. And then we have a few other people. Brian, I think Trent, can you help me locate the rest of your team here? Am I looking for?
Yep, you're looking for. So you got me. You're looking for Brian Kirschbaum, Rob McCurran, and then Rich Barron or Richard Barron.
Awesome, thank you, Trent. So still looking for Rob. I see Rob here. Okay. All right, and Trent, I believe you know how to share your screen and everything, if that's your plan. So when you're ready.
Yep, I will share it here. Let me just make sure everyone can see it. All right, can everybody see that?
Yep.
Perfect. Okay, you can start our clock. I'm going to start mine too. I'm going to be conscious of your time. So, okay, thank you guys for having us. We'll try to be brief and to the point because I know this has already been a long night for you. So we've obviously worked our way through the Planning Commission to get to where we are now. We are RTMC Enterprises, DBA as Northern Trellis. I've got myself, Trent, who's been the main contact with Paul on all this and the rest of the township employees. Then we have Rob McCurran, who is my partner and cousin, if you recognize the similarity in last names. We have Brian Kirschbaum, who is a resident of Northfield Township. And then we have Richard Barron, who is our legal counsel and also heads up our compliance and security oversight. So I'm going to get started. So at a high level, I just wanted to give you an idea of who we are and what our ethos is. We classify ourselves as a mid-size vertically integrated cannabis company, 100% Michigan-owned, founded and operated. Everybody who owns the company is on this call tonight. And so you are seeing everyone that is part of the company. We're committed to a responsible, safe, and professional Michigan cannabis industry built by Michiganders for Michiganders that mutually benefits its patients, its employees, and the communities in which we operate. We believe as a new industry, it's upon us to be good stewards of the industry and be responsible and build this thing what we think it can be. We also call ourselves a collection of neighborhood businesses, tailoring facilities and operations to their respective communities. And I say that to be very intentional about that, because we do pride ourselves on the fact that we take each site and treat it as its own site. We don't bring in our own ideas or plans. We try to tailor them each to the site in which they are and the city in which they are. So we do have integrations in other parts of the state. We have a growing and processing facility in Bangor, Michigan. And then we have upcoming retail in Big Rapids and Manistee and hopefully Northfield. The big thing I do want to impress upon you, again, is that we like to take into account the site in which we're operating and the city in which we're operating, and that's what we do. And then so that way we're not doing a cookie cutter operation in every single site. This is our team, and I'd like to spend more time on this slide just so you can understand who we are. Like I said, I'm Trent. My background's pretty much in business. I've worked for Fortune 500 CPG and in regulated alcohol companies, which we think is a benefit to obviously cannabis, because we know how to navigate regulatory and compliance issues. And then I'm also going to turn it over to Rob. I want Rob to introduce himself as well.
Thanks a lot, Trent. I'll quickly introduce myself. One of the founders of our enterprise. I am an emergency room physician. I grew up practicing clinically in this area, became an owner partner in a large regional ER group centered out of Ann Arbor. And through that experience, as well as personal experience of someone affected in our family with cancer, saw the real benefits of cannabis. And I think it's important to remember that cannabis legalization came from the real medical benefits of cannabis in San Francisco during the AIDS epidemic. And we would not be here if it was not for the medical mission of cannabis. So we've really tailored our company and our mission around that, the goal of improving the health and welfare of our patients and our communities through responsible use of cannabis from a medicinal standpoint. And now that we've established that, adult use is acceptable and has little downside, that we do that in a responsible way as well. In addition to my experience in the medicine world and from a business standpoint, I've also been involved locally in the community from the standpoint of nonprofits. I'm on the board of the Cancer Support Community, which serves Northfield Township through services for patients and their families that are going through cancer treatment. I also was a founder of a fund that's affiliated with that organization that provides grants for patients that are going through financial distress during cancer treatment. All of that experience I've tried to apply to what we're building in our company and our focus on helping the wellness and medical aspects of those that are impacted in our community and need this medicine, as well as providing high quality and a good retail experience for those in the adult use market. I'll turn that over to Brian to talk about our emphasis on local ownership and management as well.
Thanks a lot, Rob. My name is Brian Kirschbaum, and I appreciate you guys having us on. Currently, I'm the Vice President of Waterscape. We build custom water features for local families here in Southeast Michigan. Before that, I was involved with Nestle. My main motivation for wanting to get into this industry was my mom went through an aggressive form of cancer last year. She's now in remission and doing fine, but medical marijuana really made a difficult time for her more comfortable. And seeing that firsthand really made me want to get involved in the industry. And as Rob said, that's a big part of our business. So with that being said, I'll turn it back over to Trent.
Thanks. So hopefully this gives you a good idea of the people behind the curtain, so to speak, so you know who you're talking to and who's going to be operating the business. I do want to touch real quick on our retail management team. We emphasize this a lot. We wanted to bring in people with experience that could work in regulated environments. And with our team with 20 years experience in retail, we think we've done that. I want to give Brian now some time to talk about our being a good neighbor plan, as we call it. So go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, thank you. So as Rob and Trent said, for nearly 7 years, I've lived here in Northfield Township. I help run a local business here, and I'm currently raising a family. So the community is very important to me. With that being said, for our neighborhood outreach, we plan to meet with neighborhood organizations to communicate questions, concerns, and provide contact information. We have found meeting with the police department beneficial at our other sites to get alignment on our security plans. We have also found it beneficial to meet with community leaders to help understand how to best deploy our charitable resources. We have reached out to Tammy and hope to meet with her sometime in the near future to give back to causes that need it the most. Through mailings and meetings, we plan to keep the public informed of our plans, hear feedback, and make introductions through our local liaison committee. Giving back. We plan to donate 24 hours of community service per year per employee paid for by the company. We also plan to make charitable donations that start at 1% of our net income with a 1% increase each year up to 5% with a floor of $25,000. We plan to consistently evaluate our programs that we donate to for effectiveness and need based on the community input, hence the desire to meet with Tammy. With that being said, we plan to currently target wellness-centered causes, that being Northfield Community Garden, which specializes in healthy eating, the Whitmore Lake and Brighton Chamber of Commerce, and the cancer support community of the Greater Ann Arbor Sprout Love. With that, I'll turn it back over to Rob.
Rob, you may be on mute.
You are correct. I will simply say that I think we have probably the strongest medical team behind our operation that you will see. We bring business expertise and all the aspects that will make us a successful business, but also have a really strong focus, not just on the education of cannabis, both the good and the potential pitfalls of it, as well as focusing on research and the advancement of the science behind cannabis as well. All of this is somewhat unique with our operation. It's something that we really focus on, and we have not seen another organization that really has such a strong team and a focus on this part of the business, if you will. I'd like to quickly just pivot to the benefits of our site. We think our site is really ideal for development and really fits with the goals of the community as well as the master plan of Northfield Township. I think everyone's very familiar with this site. It's been somewhat dilapidated for quite a while. We have an extensive program to improve this site, both interiorly and externally. Traffic, parking. We have we meet all the zoning requirements. We've had no community opposition to our location. We think it has minimal impact on the residential neighborhoods of Northfield Township. It does not compromise the agricultural or business community, and it actually develops an area that's really been ripe for redevelopment and growth for quite some time. So I'll also we've got a picture of what the site looks like at this time, and then an example of what our final product will be like. Again, we think this is a great opportunity to develop this site and advance both the medical mission as well as create a great business opportunity for Northfield Township. At this point, I'll turn it over to Rich Barron, our attorney, who has been closely involved in the security design and execution.
Thanks very much, Rob, and I'll be brief here. I'm with a 23 attorney firm in Livonia. I've been working with RTMC, Rob and Trent, for a long time now with the whole application process. And one of the things about our practice has been a lot of work on the regulatory area. I've worked with a lot of people on environmental compliance. Cannabis compliance is very similar, dealing with the regulated community. Pharmacy law is another area where we also have experience with the regulated community. We have a robust security plan put together by a former federal agent that is intended to provide that mix of technology and operational expertise to make a secure and sound, safe environment. We have slides showing camera placement and the like. Those are really not easy to see. Suffice it to say that it's a well thought out, robust plan.
15 seconds, sir.
Go ahead, Trent.
I'll take over here, and I'll just quickly summarize that we think the strength of our application is that we have an extensive medically experienced team with a strong therapeutic focus on the benefits of cannabis. We're Michigan owned and local. We have local partnership. We're vertically integrated. We've got active neighborhood participation and a very strong plan for developing that in the community. And we have an ideal site for development that we really think fits with the master plan of the community. With that, I'll stop and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Trent and the team here. We appreciate your time and your presentation. And I'm going to go to the next person on the agenda, which is Nature's Cure, Michigan Pure Green. Going back to my panel and the attendee list, I'm looking for the representatives from Michigan Pure Green. So I believe that's Rob Pizziali. I'm seeing Rob, so I'm going to promote Rob. And then I'm looking for others from Rob's team. Rob, do you hear us?
I do. I have Kathy Dunbar, who's going to do the bulk of our presentation. So
Oh, thank you. So I'm looking for Kathy. There, I see Kathy. All right. Oh, yeah, Kathy has her plan raised. Kathy, I'm going to promote you to panelist as well. And so we've got Rob here and Kathy, and I think Kathy, you're leading the presentation. Kathy, you're muted.
I am unmuted.
You are unmuted.
Muted. Okay. I am Kathy Dunbar, and I am the community evangelist for Michigan Pure Green Team, which is proposing a retail store at 52 Barker. I'm sure that you can see from the documents that you have, they're proposing a total investment in the property and improvements of $1 million. Like everyone else, there's going to be exterior visual changes. There's going to be a new facade, higher walls, flat roof, all of the things everyone else is proposing, interior renovations, etc. There's ample parking on site. We don't have to worry about that. There's also parking across the street at 75 Barker and kitty corner at 9594 Main Street, which is the marina owned by our local partner and property owner Somer Jamil. Mr. Jamil owns several properties in the community, including Little Porky's, Driftwood Marina, and he's got a home on the lake. So he's invested in the community long time. MPG has 90 years of collective cannabis experience. All of that is in Michigan. And they have worked in compliance, licensing, and retail. They have a huge successful track record working with LARA, elected officials, neighbors, zoning administrators, and development staff in 7 different communities across Michigan, including mine, to create successful retail marijuana operations. MPG also has an advisory board of healthcare and addiction specialists, including a physician, a nurse practitioner, a social worker, all of whom meet with ownership quarterly to advise on product selection. I don't know if you guys have thought about this, but outside of Ann Arbor to the south, there are no retail marijuana establishments to the west until Lansing, north until Flint, east until Walled Lake. And that means that marijuana retail is very likely to attract a lot of consumers from a wide area to Whitmore Lake, which creates an opportunity to showcase the entirety of the community for a new audience. What I don't think you'd want, we don't want, I don't think you would want, is for residents or visitors to think that the township's only efforts to revitalize the community are focused on marijuana. If anything, that draws attention to the lack of investment in other areas of town. And I'm mentioning that because I sit on the other side. I sit where you are. I do what you do in another community. And I've heard these applications over and over again, and everyone touts their business experience, their property improvements, their commitment to community development. And I firmly believe that building renovations and attractive signage and landscaping are the bare minimum that you should expect from a new business. I also believe that applicants offering improvements to their own property or in the vicinity of their property as their contribution to local community economic development are kind of missing the mark. Improving a streetscape or installing lights or other amenities adjacent to an applications establishment puts skin in the game, but it primarily benefits their team. We believe the best applicants should put skin in your game and your community. You guys are the coaches and you should call the plays. And so to continue that analogy, I'm going to liken your strategic plan and your DDA plan to the playbook. And as the coaches in the game, I'm going to mention your mission in your DDA is to undertake public improvements and activities that have the greatest impact in strengthening the business district and attracting new private investments. Now, I say that because expanding parking, creating a boulevard, planting flowers adjacent to marijuana establishments technically falls within street improvements. It technically meets the plan, but do they provide the greatest impact to strengthen your overall business district and attract new investment? And I can't answer that for you, nor should I, because it's up to you and the community to decide. MPG heard from residents and business owners about their desire for family-friendly gathering spaces downtown, like a bakery. And initially, they had put together a plan to assist a local entrepreneur with a bakery. Again, as someone who sits in your shoes in another community, I suggested, and they agreed, that it's better to let you decide what's best for your community. Economic revitalization is not spurred by a single project. It requires a comprehensive plan. It requires implementation over time. And you've had a plan in place since 2002, and your problem is financing. Your TIF revenue projections assumed property values would increase. Brick and mortar construction and economic investment, nobody anticipated 2008, the crash. So what I'm seeing in your budgets are that you don't have the funding to implement your plan. And right now, I'm pretty sure you're putting general fund funding into your DDA. And so to make sure that we do not dictate what is best for your community, what we are proposing is that the team puts $500,000 into your DDA over the next 10 years, and you decide where that goes. You decide. It is imperative for local communities to control their own development. And so we are not going to assume to tell you what is the best for your community. We're not even going to assume to tell you that what we want done is to benefit our business.
Ms. Dunbar?
Yes.
Did you have a presentation you were attempting to show us as you were talking?
I didn't get sharing abilities. I have.
Oh, okay.
I don't read off of a PowerPoint.
Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt. It was a question, so thank you.
No, it's okay. I mean, there are renderings and I can show them.
Well, that's okay if you don't
property,
want. No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Appreciate that. That's just not how I operate. So I apologize if you were searching for one, but okay. I would rather just speak to you.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So my thought is that you guys might appreciate having a contribution to the DDA, being able to figure out how you improve your infrastructure, where you put your wayfinding. Particularly, a lot of the funding in the DDA was supposed to be for creating businesses and stimulating the local economy in your downtown area, and a lot of those activities haven't come to fruition. I know that Somer has sat on your DDA, and it was very frustrating for him that over the years that he served on the DDA, they couldn't do much because there really wasn't much in the budget because there's no capture. So we're really hoping that that you could use this fund you could even use it for match fund for state and federal grants if you wanted to, but no strings attached on our end as far as where it would have to be invested. And I also want to put forward that the team has 60 years of combined experience in successful retail and food establishments. In addition to their $50,000 pledge per year to the DDA, they are willing to offer their services, which is huge. Technical services are huge as consultants to the DDA in their efforts to support existing business owners. And I say that as somebody who knows that many local businesses need help in the wake of state mandated coronavirus stuff. So there's a lot of people that are trying to struggle to get out from underneath that. And also to recruit new, preferably local entrepreneurs to expand the retail and restaurant footprint in your downtown. Because that's really what you want to do. If you're going to bring in people from all over the area to come to marijuana establishments, you do not want to give up the leverage that you have to introduce them to your community. And you want them to see something in your community that's not just marijuana. So I thank you for your consideration. And I can tell you on behalf of the team that they look forward to helping you realize your vision for your community.
Okay.
So thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Appreciate it. And I will queue up the next presenters. which is the Pure Roots group. So looking through our participants, I'll be looking for Rennie George and his team. Not seeing Rennie right now.
He's at the top.
There he is. Yep,
Hand up.
I see. He's got his hand raised. Promoting Rennie to panelist. And Rennie, perhaps you could let me know if is anyone else presenting tonight that I should be promoting?
No, it's just me.
All right, thank you, sir. When you're ready?
Can I share the screen?
You should be able to.
All right. Paul, can you see the screen?
I do. I see your presentation.
Okay, thank you. So I want to thank the board for this opportunity to present the case for Pure Roots. I want to thank Paul for assisting us through the process with the Planning Commission. Also wanted to thank Paul for the mention that Pure Roots did get the highest point total in the application process in the last Planning Commission meeting. A quick background on Pure Roots, Michigan. Pure Roots has 14 retail licenses for medical and recreational in the state of Michigan. We have 75 acres zoned license for cultivation processing for medical and recreational in Harrison Township, with a 100,000 square foot approved cultivation and processing center also in Harrison Township, Michigan. Our background on our principles, we have partnered in investment from Rialto Partners, which is a $3 billion, 30 million square foot commercial real estate private equity fund. Rialto specializes in is going into communities and revitalizing the downtown area with significant capital with anchored businesses to support their investment. The portfolio companies that we currently operate: T-Mobile, the second largest T-Mobile national dealer in the country, 240 locations with 2,500 employees in 18 states. Zevo Bioscience, which is a Michigan-based biotech company for the nutritional benefits of a bioactive compound derived from proprietary algae cultures. We also have a federal trade and tobacco license to import vodka from Europe. That's a Michigan-based business also. We currently distribute that alcohol in 10 states. We own and operate the Leo's Coney Island and the Detroit Metro Airport. Dachi, we've had a licensed cannabis business since 2012, so 8 years of experience of a licensed cannabis business in the state of Washington. We've taken 3 IPOs of merchant services companies public. So we have a great financial background and backing, which gives us the stability in this business. Pure Roots is focused on premium product safety and technology. Our team has developed a first touch-free cash payment kiosk for our cannabis customers and patients. Our customers pay directly into the kiosk. Employees never touch cash, and the kiosk accepts cash and provides change to the customer. This system is 100% proprietary to Pure Roots. Because of that technology, we're excited to be the first cannabis customer with the largest bank based in Michigan with $18 billion of AUM. We are their first cannabis customer, which provides a significant step forward in legitimizing cannabis in the state of Michigan, also for safety and security of cash deposits. This system eliminates cash shrinkage, robbery, employee theft. Our team is very excited about the Northfield Township site. Our team members volunteer for the PayPlath installation and grand opening. We love meeting the great citizens of Northfield Township. I'm going to take you through, now this is an existing dispensary that we operate in the city of Ann Arbor. Very high-end apothecary style. Unlike elevations and drawings of other applicants, we actually built out what we presented into the city with actual materials and build out that you can all visit on 3430 Washtenaw Avenue in the city of Ann Arbor. Our kiosk. So this is a self-payment kiosk that we talked about where, in light of COVID, the only safe way to have cash accepted in a marijuana business. This provides a huge security benefit that is unique to Pure Roots. All revenue is immediately recognized and calculation of revenue is high. And we'll talk about what Pure Roots intends to do in terms of donation to the city and why this matters. So key site development plans, Pure Roots plans to spend $2 million investment on the property. As we looked in our team's research and published zoning ordinances and application materials and found a site that met all requirements set forth in the published documents. We found a site that was very well positioned for traffic, visibility, long-term retail success. Pure Roots site meets all zoning ordinances, setbacks, distance requirements set forth in the ordinance. We are well over 1,000 feet from our closest proposed dispensary. In addition, our team held a town hall meeting, and after a meeting in support of the adjacent property owners, Pure Roots offered to provide at our cost additional landscaping and fencing for our neighbors to alleviate their concerns. In light of our development plans, Pure Roots development will provide the most increased property state equalized value due to the type of construction, which is a 90% new building. We propose to add significant sidewalks, increase township walkability. Our elevation represents a very high-end look and feel that we already built in the city of Ann Arbor. Pure Roots also proposes to keep a limited number of docks for community use as day docks. Our parking lot will only be used by customers and we'll have a full-time parking lot attendant. Long-term success in retail is directly correlated to location, ease of access, and visibility. Pure Roots local community investment, we are committed to hiring local. In the city of Ann Arbor, we hired 95% of our staff directly from the city proper. We are committed to that same goal in Northfield Township. Pure Roots is also committed to donate 3% of sales to the local community. The revenue recognition that is provided with the kiosk gives local officials, tax officials, accounting individuals, the ability to see what 3% means on a daily, weekly, monthly basis. As cash is put into the machine, our partners and our local contributors will have access to exactly that number. So the security and the accounting that the kiosk provides is probably the best in the industry. Pure Roots is the only cannabis company with a labor peace agreement with the National Brotherhood of the Teamsters. This protects wages and employees, access to Blue Cross health benefits for our employees, life insurance, and we have a salary range of $18 to $45 an hour. In closing, I want to say that Pure Roots is a well-financed, backed by a large private equity real estate fund that currently operates a fully licensed and operational dispensary in the city of Ann Arbor. We are committed to hiring local. We have 5 more dispensaries under construction in the state of Michigan with completion dates for the end of 2020. We're excited about this proposed location in the township. We believe this location will be a destination site for customers and patients that will spend more money, time, and in the township using gas stations, restaurants, and other businesses in the township. The site we're proposing is best positioned for long-term consistent success because of the location near the highway and the ease of customers and patients' access. Pure Roots takes pride in our touch-free cash payment kiosk technology that provides the only safe way for paying for cannabis. Our team is eagerly waiting for your approval, and we advocate that you select Pure Roots to be a part of the township. So thank you for your time, and we look forward to hearing from you soon.
Thank you, Mr. George. I appreciate it. I'm going to stop the presentations sharing, and Mr. George, I'm going to change you back to an attendee, and I believe the chair is going to bring us to the next agenda item.
Yep.
The supervisor, pardon.
Right. So the next agenda item is discussion and a decision on approving licenses. And I'd like to have Mr. Lippens and Ms. Fink provide us some background and direction for that. So where are they? Mariah? Go ahead.
So maybe Paul should start, but what the board had in the packet is a memo conditional use motion worksheet that Paul put together that he and I discussed. And essentially what it is just a guide to moving to either approve or deny the applications that came before you today. So the first column is the conditional use criteria that is in the zoning ordinance that is used for all conditional uses. And the recommendation is that you use these criteria in order to make your findings of fact for the record that needs to be made to either approve or deny. If you decide not to approve or deny you're going to go through each one of these applicants and make your findings of fact for each individual applicant. If you decide not to approve or deny, I would assume that you would be tabling. That's the only other choice. And if you're going to table those applications, you do not need to do the findings of fact. Paul, did you have anything to add to that?
Thank you, Mariah. I think that was great summary. And I just wanted to mention too, I thought it was implied by the agenda and the order of presentations that you would be handling your discussions A through F in the same order. And that would be consistent with how Planning Commission conducted the presentations and discussions on each case. So the presentations were held, and then each case was reviewed and discussed independently. So it would be my recommendation that you do handle each discussion independently. If that's not your preference, though, I guess that's up to the supervisor. But you do want a motion on each case because you have each case filed, each case forwarded to you from Planning Commission, and the board needs to make a decision on each case. Even if you don't want to make any decisions tonight, I think you still need a tabling motion for each case.
I agree.
Okay. Well, I have a preference. Obviously we have several of them vying for the downtown area. And when you have a preference for one of them, it virtually eliminates a couple other ones. So, to discuss some of them who may really have an opportunity later on should a preferred business not make it, then a table would be appropriate, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so I don't know that that we need to hash through all of these individually when there's I have a personal preference for one downtown, and I have reasons for it. But that virtually does eliminate two other ones, which is a challenge.
So, supervisor, of course, it's the person who makes the motion that starts the discussion. So even if you take them in order, you could make a motion to table if you take them in order. So the reason why I suggested you take them in order is just to make sure you have an organized conversation.
Okay.
And I see Trustee Beliger has her hand up, so I'll let you guys have your discussion and let me know if you need anything.
Okay. Ms. Beliger?
Yeah, I do have a question on this motion guidance sheet there under the bullets, the second one. It says the township administrations recommend board members table other applicants for up to 180 days to allow the administration to work with the applicants to find, quote, another suitable use. What is another suitable use? What does this basically mean? Maybe Paul could clarify that. I'm not sure what that means by another suitable use for these applicants.
Well, it could be another use that's defined as a conditional use. It could be another use that's not a conditional use. It could be another retail use. However, I think a motion to deny basically closes the door on the application that's been provided. It would require, a new application to be filed for conditional use and for site plan well, not site plan, but for conditional use. So I think tabling might be a better way to handle it. That's my recommendation. Certainly you can deny. I think as Ms. Fink mentioned, if there is a motion to deny tonight, we would recommend you make findings to support that recommendation.
So I understand you say tabling doesn't, it's actually kind of like if someone is maybe not, if we table them, they could actually potentially save some money instead of reapply for potentially different type of business even, is what you're trying to say.
It could, yes. And you know, it's
in time, potentially save time also, because we wouldn't necessarily be starting from scratch. So just to clarify, if you're going to table with 180 days, you might want to change it to 180 days, or if the board makes a decision sooner, just to give you a little flexibility in there. If you know something comes before you in 3 months instead of 6 months, you would want to give yourselves the flexibility to make a decision on that and not be bound by the 180.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so that would be if say the chosen business doesn't actually come to fruition for one reason or another, they have site plan problems or whatever, and they should decide to pull out, then another one is sitting in the wings. Would that be a way to put it?
Yes, and not just if they decide to pull out, but there's this note at the top: failure to complete within 180 days would void the conditional use approval. So if they pull out, or if they can't complete it within that period of time, then yes,
Okay.
if you had someone that was tabled, they would be positioned to come back before the board.
Okay.
Paul, chime in if there's something else that you think you need to add.
If we're really messed up, okay.
That's perfect. No, that's those are all the points. I mean, we want these applicants to be able to realize the value. We know that there's a tough choice to make for some of them, but approving some does not mean you're denying others unless you actually deny it.
Right.
You have a certain number of permits, and you're working to cite those uses according to the township's master plan and according to the zoning ordinance. And Planning Commission has done a lot of work to vet these applicants, to understand the site development, and now we're at the point where the board can make a decision to approve.
Okay. Well, I would like to start out by making a motion to table a conditional use for GS Ashley this evening.
I'll support.
Motion by Chockley, support by Otto. We don't actually have discussion on tables, do we, Ms. Fink?
You're not required to.
Okay. Well, all right. We have a motion to table GS Ashley's conditional use. I guess we will want a roll call. Do we have Mr. Dockett?
Is Mr. Dockett here?
I'm not seeing him in the list.
His phone probably died by now.
Maybe. Yep, he's not in the list anymore. Okay, so he's left the meeting. So go ahead with the roll call, Miss Manley.
Manley, yes. Otto?
Yes.
Beliger?
Yes.
Chick? Yes. Zelenock?
Yes.
Chockley?
Yes.
So 6-0.
Okay, that application is tabled.
Is there a time duration on this table?
180 days, or unless the board takes it up again.
Should we have that in the motion?
Yeah, okay. Can we add that to the motion?
Make a friendly amendment to add 180 days.
Right. Or until the board takes it up again. Okay.
Or until the board takes it up again.
Okay, so that was a motion by Zelenock and supported by Chick. I saw Chick. Okay. Roll call, please.
Chockley?
Yes.
Zelenock?
Yes.
Chick? Yes. Manley? Yes. Beliger?
Yes.
Otto?
Yes.
6-0.
Okay. Thank you. So Treehouse Wellness,
I have a question.
Ms. Beliger, go ahead.
This would be for our attorney. So I am not in favor of permitting any of the businesses in the community. How do I voice that? I don't know if tabling is doing that. I don't know what process, what do I need to do to say that I do not feel this is appropriate for our community? Do I need to have some reason for this, or other than just my my instincts?
I don't know how to answer that question. I guess that you would vote no on any of the motions to approve. I agree with you that tabling's probably not doing it, but there's not really a way to voice that until that application comes back before you.
Okay, thank you.
Your question?
I appreciate that.
Okay. Well, I will make a motion to approve the conditional use for Treehouse Wellness.
Support.
With the conditions recommended by the Planning Commission, and additionally subject to approval of a development agreement and/or community benefits agreement.
I'll support again.
Okay, and who is supporting that?
Janet.
Janet. Okay. And so you need us to have findings associated with that?
Yes.
Motion, okay.
And it can be as simple as reading through these, reading through all or some of these criteria and answering those questions. Some boards do that by a roll call. Some just do it list, because these are yes or no questions, right? Will it be, will it be, will it be? Some just list all of them and then take one vote. It's entirely up to you how you want to do that.
Well, they all made it, of possible points that, they didn't come to us unless they actually made, they were harmonious, or they did this or they did that. We didn't see them unless they did that. So there's specific aspects of the presentation or of their business plan that was more attractive to me, which is why I am making the motion to approve the conditional use. So if I stated those things that were attractive to me, and or other board members added whatever they felt was attractive, would that do the trick or no?
Yes, I don't think that there's anything wrong with that, except that I would try to, if those things that you liked about it fit within these criteria.
Absolutely.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. We have Kathy's with her hand up, and then Ms. Chick with her hand up.
My thought is pick 3 that you think fit, that you think all of us will agree on. As long as we have 3 that we agree on, then we just continue.
Okay. Ms. Chick?
I'd be more comfortable if we went with the conditional use criteria, because that's what got them here in the first place. And
okay,
you could read all of them, or you could just say that they meet all of the criteria in the conditional use list. Okay. Correct, Mariah?
Okay.
Yes, that would be fine.
Okay. Well, then I won't say what I really like the best about it, but I do think that they will be harmonious with the, they will be harmonious with and in accordance with the general objectives, intent, and purpose of that chapter. It will be designed, constructed, operated, and maintained and managed so as to be harmonious and appropriate in appearance and with the existing or intended character of the general vicinity. And this one happens to be the one that's going to be at Sandy's Massage Parlor with the apartments above. Will be compatible with the natural environment and existing and future uses in the vicinity. This meets the master plan and downtown plan issues. Will be compatible with the township land use development plan. It will not be hazardous or disturbing to existing or future neighboring uses. And that's all I'll say. That's plenty.
I will support that if that's what you're asking.
Okay. So I had the second by Ms. Chick, but then I have chosen these items. So, and Ms. Otto agrees. Anyone else?
Do we have to make a motion based on her selection?
No.
No.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. All right. Then I guess is there any more discussion on this?
No.
Roll call vote then, please.
Chockley,
Yes.
Zelenock,
Yes.
Otto,
Yes.
Chick,
Yes.
Manley, yes. Zelenock.
Oh,
Did I call you?
did you call me? I thought double yes.
Beliger.
I think Dockett said vote often and whatever if you can. So
Beliger.
No.
Okay.
So 5-1.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
could we take maybe the approach that Ms. Chick had offered about saying that they met all the conditional use?
In the list, yeah. Instead of
Yeah,
list.
I
Not
think
read
that would be
them?
good. Yeah,
Yeah.
not
Yes,
read
can
them
we, I would
for
appreciate that
saving
approach.
time.
Okay, sure. Well,
Would that be okay? That's acceptable, is that correct, Ms. Fink?
Yes, that would be acceptable. I mean, my preference would be that you were more
You mean with how
specific
to
about.
this? Yeah.
I'm not hearing Ms. Fink because someone was talking.
My preference would be that you would be more specific about the criteria and how it fits, but that would be acceptable to say that, yes, it fits all the criteria. That's fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, I'll make a motion to approve a conditional use for PureBud / Pure Market at 8075 Main Street, and that was a support by Miss Otto. And it fits all the criteria. So the motion is to approve the conditional use with the conditions recommended by the Planning Commission and additionally subject to approval of a development agreement and/or community benefits agreement. So that's the whole motion, and it was including all of the standards. Okay. Any more discussion on this one? Did you want to add anything, Ms. Zelenock?
Well, the only thing I would like to add is it's the first time in the presentation that I saw that they may contribute to the community of an organization I'm the board on a board member of, Northfield Human Services. So I will, Ms. Fink, I don't think I have to abstain because of that.
I would agree.
Okay. I mean, would that be considering, yeah, I just want to make sure that's okay, but I do want to disclose that I am on the board of Northfield Human Services, which is something that was mentioned in their presentation, and I didn't know that until tonight.
Okay.
So, but I most likely will abstain just because of.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the disclosure. Any more discussion on that one? Okay, roll call then, I guess.
Did you call me? Yes. I will be abstaining.
Okay. Yes. You're far away or something, Ms. Manley.
Yeah,
We lost you.
Okay.
My screen's gonna be bad.
Okay.
Chockley,
Yes.
Yes.
Manley, yes. Otto,
Yes. It's here.
It was very hard to hear you. I think you called me. I'm voting no, but you got very hard to hear you, Kathy.
Yeah. Well, it's 11 o'clock. My family had to go to sleep, so I had to go.
Something happened to your speakers.
That's better now.
All right.
Okay. Okay, so that was.
So I think
We lost you again.
Oh.
Where is he?
Mr. Dockett is here and he wants to vote.
Well, good.
But he just closed the door. What do I do? Go track him down? He's in with Mr. Ains right now. I don't know if he knows where we're at.
Well, let's get him caught up to speed.
Okay. I don't have a mask.
There's one on the counter.
Yeah, I'll go get one.
There's a bunch there.
Okay, well, we'll call on you. Okay, he's in with Mr. Ains, and so we can call on him in Mr. Ains' office. Let me get him unmuted.
Okay.
Mr. Ains, can you unmute yourself?
Did that do it?
Yes.
Okay.
And could Kathy redo the roll call again because we couldn't hear it.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
You want to do the whole thing over again?
Yeah. Do you want to read the motion so Dockett can hear?
Okay. The motion was to approve a conditional use for PureBud / Pure Market with the conditions recommended by the Planning Commission and additionally subject to approval of a development agreement and or community benefits agreement. And the motion was made by Chockley and it was seconded by Otto. And the findings were that were all of the items, all of the standards that were listed in the first column.
I'm unmuted right now.
So go ahead, Miss Manley.
Chockley,
Yes.
Dockett,
He said yes.
Zelenock,
Abstain.
Beliger,
No.
Otto,
Yes.
Chick,
Yes.
Is that everybody?
Yep.
Oh, did you call yourself?
Oh, Manley, yes.
Okay. Okay.
Or abstained, because it has to do with one of the groups she's involved in. Okay. So it was 5, 1, and 1. Oh, okay.
Okay. All right. Moving on to the next one. Somebody else want to do this one? I mean, I could do it again, but I'm going to move to table. I make a motion to table Northern Trellis at this time for 180 days or until the board takes it up again. Do I have a second? Hearing no second, I'll withdraw my motion. Someone else want to make a motion? Ms. Chick?
I make a motion to approve a conditional use for Northern Trellis with the conditions recommended by the Planning Commission and additionally subject to approval of a development agreement and/or community benefits agreement, subject to the conditional use criteria listed in their
Dockett supports.
Okay.
I didn't get the rest of it out, but okay.
Okay. So we have a motion by Ms. Chick and a support by Mr. Dockett to approve the conditional use for Northern Trellis. Any discussion on this item?
Yes, I would like to say that we should let the market decide who's going to do something instead of table on it. We let the market decide. So.
Okay. Okay. If there's no more comments on this one, Ms. Manley, go ahead and call the roll.
Chick?
Yes.
Beliger?
No.
Chockley?
Yes.
Otto?
Yes.
Zelenock?
Yes.
Manley? No. Dockett?
He said yes.
Okay. So that passed 5-2? 5-2.
Right.
Okay. Okay. That one's approved. So we have maxed out all of our available licenses at this point. I'd like to make a motion to table the conditional use for Nature's Cure or Michigan Pure Green and Pure Roots. Both of those applications for a period of 180 days or until the board might take them up again.
Madam Chair, I would prefer if we have discussion, go ahead.
Okay. Well, a motion to
I would just
table is not discussable, is it?
Okay, got it.
Ms. Fink?
And Supervisor,
Yes.
just quickly, I'd suggest we check in with Mariah to make sure that we shouldn't have two separate motions on these.
And that was my comment. I think we should have two separate motions, but.
Okay. All right.
I'll let the lawyer speak.
Go ahead, Miss Lawyer.
I'm just nodding, vigorous nodding. Yes, I would prefer two separate motions, please.
Okay. So I will make a motion to table a conditional use for Nature's Cure / Michigan Pure Green for a period of 180 days or until the board might take it up again. Do I have a second? We got to do something with them, right? Do you want to outright deny them?
No. I second.
Okay. So a motion by Chockley, support by Chick. Okay, do we have more discussion on this?
Tabling.
I guess we can't. We can't have discussion on it. A table motion.
Second about Nature Cure / Michigan Pure Green.
Okay, roll call, Miss Manley.
Manley, yes. Dockett?
He said no.
Zelenock?
No.
Chick?
Yes.
Beliger?
I don't know, whatever says. I guess, yes, I'll table it.
Chockley?
Yes.
Otto?
Yes.
So that was 6-1.
Was it?
Dockett said no.
I said no.
Oh, sorry.
2 no's.
5-2, they said, not
Okay.
6-1. For the same one, they thought it was 6-1, but Lenore voted with you.
Which one are we on?
We're on nature
Oh, okay.
and Michigan Pure Green.
6-2. No, 5.
It's 5-2, they said.
5-2.
After they sorted it out.
Thank you.
You're
Okay.
welcome.
Well, okay. I'll make a motion to table Pure Roots. Well, no, I'll make a motion. This doesn't really give closure to anybody, tabling these, is my biggest concern with them being tabled. Mr. Lippens or Ms. Fink, would you like to comment on that?
I have no comment on that.
You have no comment? Okay.
Mr. Lippens?
I think we already discussed it. My recommendation is to table rather than deny.
Okay.
Certainly you can make a motion to deny.
Yeah.
If you make a motion to deny, we're recommending you similarly have findings for that.
All right. I'll make a motion to table the conditional use for Pure Roots with the, just I'm tabling it. Okay.
I'll support.
And support by Miss Otto. Okay. We're tabling, so no discussion. Miss Manley?
Taking
Otto.
vote tape.
Otto?
Yes.
Chockley?
Yes.
Manley? Yes. Beliger?
Yes.
Chick?
Yes.
Zelenock?
Yes.
Dockett?
They said yes.
Okay.
7-0.
7-0 table. Okay. All right. Well, we made it through those. Miss Beliger, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to speak on this because I didn't know when I could talk about this. Regarding the marijuana applicants.
How about board member comments, Madam Chair?
Well,
they did not take me out to lunch and dinners. I didn't attend their various sales pitches and Q&A events where they offered free booze and appetizers. They didn't fund my election campaign, and nor did I solicit their endorsements or their support. My voting was solely based on what I feel is best for our community. And in my opinion, to approve any of these businesses would be to compromise the health and safety of our community. And I just couldn't bring myself to do that. I thank you, and I thank you for your understanding.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's move on to the next item.
Marlene?
Yes?
I'd like to make a statement.
Okay, go ahead.
I also want to say that I have not met with any of the applications. In the past 2 terms, I have funded my own political campaign. I do not accept any monies from anyone. To inference that other people have or did, everybody files a campaign report. You can look up in their finances to see who it is or who hasn't or who has. So I'll just leave it at that.
Ms. Chick?
I want to second that. I have not met with any of the applicants one-on-one. I have not spoken to them about accepting any money. I haven't requested it and they haven't offered. I pay for my own campaign, which is why I don't have a lot of signs. So I kind of am very insulted, and the inference is unfair and disrespectful.
Okay, can we move on? Ms. Zelenock has her hand. Go ahead.
Yep, I agree. I'll third it. I pay for my own campaign. I supported the marijuana business because the people that voted for me supported it, and I'm here to represent them to the best of my ability.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? I can't see if Ms. Manley has her hand up.
Yeah, I guess I'll agree with that also. I mean, I was against the marijuana, so clearly I've received no money from these people. So
think it's kind of silly to discuss it.
Yep. And I'm not running again, so I didn't receive anything either. So anyway, moving on, we have wastewater treatment plant connection costs.
Is Dan still awake?
I don't know. He's still here. Mr. Willis. Okay, so can we have somebody make a motion? Or I can, I guess, if no one else wants to jump in. Wow.
Go ahead.
Yeah, okay.
You got the floor. Keep going. Get us through it.
Yeah, I've asked our staff to actually fill out the template like I always send out, but I didn't get it that way. I would like to make a motion to approve Corby Energy.
Corby.
Is it Corby or C&E? Mr. Willis, can you come on and tell us what's going on here?
It's getting late. Getting tired.
Yes, do it quickly.
Yeah, and I have to tell everybody, my computer is going to be shutting down in 2 minutes because I have a fix that is coming through.
Oh.
That happens
over to my phone.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Okay, let's.
Okay.
Okay.
For a quick one, sewer tap under East Shore had sat empty and unused since it was put in 67, 68. And when they hooked the house up, it was not available. It didn't work. But we've had 2 other companies come in and TV it and try and get through it with different things, and they could not get through it. So the only option we had would be to cut East Shore and relay it across East Shore, which wasn't an option with the road commission. So we decided to directional bore it from the house to the pump station across the street so we can hook it into a manhole. And we had a lot of trouble trying to get somebody out there to bid on it and stuff, and we finally got C&E was the second bid, and that's all we could get.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to award the bid to C&E Construction for $12,250 for the complete job.
Is it 13.5?
Well, which price is it? 13.5 or is it 12,250?
12,250.
Okay.
Support.
Okay, motion by Chockley, support by Zelenock. Roll call vote, please, unless there's any other comments. No, okay. Roll call vote, please, Ms. Manley.
Manley, yes. Zelenock,
yes.
Dockett. Dockett.
Sewer extension across one of the roadways.
No.
He said no.
Chick,
Yes.
Beliger,
Yes.
Chockley,
Yes.
Otto,
Yes, and I have 30 seconds.
6-1.
Get that phone out. Get that phone out.
Okay.
I am. I'm trying.
Okay, we can hold on a second, if you, all right.
Let's make that motion. Go for the next one.
I can't figure out what in the heck the motion should be from here, Mr. Willis.
You sent me the
Somebody else
options
do it.
and the way to set it up on Wednesday after I'd already completed all this stuff.
I sent him, okay. So the motion is for,
The motion is to fix the roof at the plant.
yeah, at a cost not to exceed 26,550.
Yep.
Yeah, 26,550.
Okay.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, Ms.
Support.
Zelenock made the motion. And Ms. Otto supported it. Okay. Roll call, please.
Discussion.
Oh, discussion. We need any?
No, but that's always a question.
Yep, okay.
Does Dockett have any questions?
Yes, he does.
Go ahead, Mr. Dockett.
Okay, I moved it so it wouldn't shut off.
Hear me.
Thank you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Me?
What are your questions, Mr. Dockett? We can hear you.
Okay. I can't understand this. It says that there's a leak in the roof on one part of the building.
It's
Says
the office. The office
building.
where all the computers are.
And then it goes on. It says that there's a leak in the building on 3 roofs. 3 roofs. The office building.
The leak is only in one building right now. One.
Experience leaks. And then you go on to say that, I mean, you give me a diagram with 3 buildings, but there's no address there. There's A, B, and C. So I guess my question is, which one's the garage, which one's the office, and which one's the lab? I mean, and what are you doing? Are you doing the office and the lab?
Yes, the office and the lab. The office is the one that's currently leaking real bad. The lab is about the same age, and it isn't currently leaking, but it isn't much more money to replace that one now before we do have a leak. And we have sensitive equipment in the lab, and we'd hate to get a leak in there and wreck something.
Okay, but then you have in here $26,550. Then on page, there's no page number, but on page 2, it's on the 3rd page, the back of the 3rd page. It says $18,500. So I can't figure out what's going on here.
The $18,500 is just for the office, doesn't include the lab.
It says $34,965. What does that mean? It's on the second to the last. It's the 3rd page from the end, and it says
that's to do the garage roof also.
What?
That would be roof C in the diagram, and that is the garage roof.
Well, what are you getting done? Is it going to be $34,965?
That's if we did the garage roof too, but we're not currently thinking we need to do that. We just need to do the office and the lab right now.
Okay.
And that's $26,550.
Okay.
Okay, it's confusing, but thank you.
Okay. Are we ready for roll call now? Go ahead, Ms. Manley. Yep.
Dockett?
Yes.
Chick?
Yes.
Zelenock?
Yes.
Manley? Yes. Otto?
Yes.
Chockley?
Yes.
Beliger?
I just want to clarify, so this is to do both roofs A and B, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
7-0.
7-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to make a motion to authorize the township manager to complete the acquisition of parcel B0208276037 for park and wetland protection. And that's part of our summer homes park at a cost of $1,100.
How much?
$1,100.
One lot?
Yeah.
Is it more than one lot?
No, it's just one. You can, well, you know how they're kind of goofy, where there's like 4 parts of them a lot of times, or 2 or 3 parts, but it's what you see in the diagram on the back page. It's that section of land.
Okay.
It's part of our parks area.
One parcel.
One parcel.
That's more than one lot.
It was originally, but it's one parcel.
It's 3, isn't it?
Well, you know how they stick them all together and they call them one number? Yeah.
Yeah.
So it might even be 4. 1, 2, 3. It looks like it's 4. So anyway, do I have a second?
Yes. I'll second.
Motion by Chockley, support by Otto. Any more discussion on this item? Okay, roll call vote, please, Miss Manley.
Mr. Dockett had a comment.
Go ahead, Mr. Dockett.
I don't think we should spend any money on them lots unless we get them before the county puffs up the bill so high that they're not worth it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Roll call, please.
Manley, yes. Otto,
Yes.
Zelenock,
No.
Dockett,
Dockett said no.
Chick,
Yes.
Beliger,
No.
Chockley.
Yes.
So that was 4-3.
4-3. Thank you.
So how many more of these do we have
Three.
still on the
Hanging
the
out
book?
there that we can
hanging out
get?
there?
I don't know exactly. It looks like it's a dozen or less that
Okay.
perhaps we could send letters and ask for them to donate it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I know we asked the Parks and Rec to do this at one time. And Ton, I
Right.
think this was before or right early on when you came on. Or it was at the prior term.
Yeah. There is a draft letter that exists that can be sent out that I've edited from one that Howard Fink did. So we could probably get Jennifer to do that and see if we get any. Okay. Ms. Zelenock, would you like to make this motion for the next one?
I certainly would. First of all, I'd like to make a motion to accept the resignation of Miss Mary Robinson from the Land Preservation Committee and thank her for her service, outstanding service to the committee.
Okay, I'll second that.
Accepting one resignation and the other ones they're going to appoint. So this motion is accept the resignation.
Okay.
To accept the resignation of Mary Robinson.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, I got you. Thank you.
Okay. All right, any other discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Zelenock, Lenore. Hello?
Yes.
Oops,
sorry. I said yes.
Dockett,
Yes.
Chick,
Yes.
Otto,
Yes.
Chockley,
Yes.
Beliger,
Yes.
7-0.
Yes.
Appointing this lady.
Okay, Ms. Zelenock, do you want to make the next motion?
Yes, I move to appoint Miss Christina Ferris to the Land Preservation Committee.
And I'll second that one too. Any discussion on this? Okay, roll call vote, please.
Manley, yes. Otto,
Yes.
Chockley,
Yes.
Chick,
Yes.
Zelenock,
Yes.
Beliger,
Yes.
Dockett,
Yes.
I said yes. I'm not sure. Can you not hear me?
Is that everybody?
Yep,
Okay.
I think so.
What's the score?
Okay.
Score. What's the score, Kathy? What's the score? Come on.
That was 7-0.
Thank you. I like that. That's a good one, Mr. Dockett. We need a little humor.
Okay. So the next item, I had Mr. Ains wrote the memo for this one. And this is a clarification of his severance pay, just basically to get it written into his contract that he is getting an additional month per year of service after the first 2 years. So at this point, he will have 4 months if for some reason he doesn't complete this contract. So this is basically just writing it into the contract. So I will make a motion to adopt the second addendum to the employment agreement between Northfield Township and Stephen Ains dated July 31st, 2017.
I understand
Yes.
this is to be to clarify what we had initially.
Right.
Okay, just clarification. Okay, thank you.
It is. So it was a motion by Chockley, support by Beliger.
Repeat that, please.
Mr. Dockett would like you to repeat the motion.
Okay. The motion is to approve the second addendum to the employment agreement between Northfield Township and Stephen Ains dated July 31st, 2017.
What is the second addendum?
What? So the motion was by Chockley and it was support by Beliger. Okay, any more discussion? Roll call, please.
I have a discussion.
Oh, okay.
We already have,
Mr. Dockett has some questions.
we already have the agreement.
Okay. Mr. Ames, can you tell Mr. Dockett what's going on here?
What he's asking is if you have this second addendum in your packet, which describes what you're doing, and that's what the second page, going back. So you have about 2.5 pages.
Okay, why do we have to do that?
Well, the reason I had asked for clarification was I had asked about it last year because it said in the contract that the board may agree to it. But then when I asked for clarification this year, the personnel committee said that the intent was would be definite, that it wouldn't be a may, it'd be automatic. And part of that is based on the meeting where the board in July of 2017, the motion was to allow this, and it was approved, I think 5-2, that it would be in the contract. It wasn't quite written that way, but I asked for a clarification on it.
But it does say may, it doesn't say must.
So,
right. Oh. But the motion was to make it effective so that there would be an extra month, so per year.
So has our attorney looked at this?
We got it from the attorney.
I mean, what did we get from her?
Stacy Belisle wrote the second addendum and sent it to us. So you see the underlined portion on the first page of the addendum?
Mm-hmm.
That was added to take care of that issue. And it came from Stacy Belisle.
And so how does the renewal of the contract that happened after July, the first contract, how does that impact it?
It's just one additional month per year. I don't know what you mean.
So when his contract was renewed,
right,
a year ago, what did we renew? What was renewed?
We renewed his contract.
Right. So was this the contract, or was it? I mean, what did what was renewed? I guess I'm confused on what was renewed. So go ahead, discussion. I recommend that the personnel committee just come back and make a recommendation to us then.
Okay, personnel committee, what do you want to say here?
We got a motion.
Okay, so I will make a motion that
we got one on the floor, right?
Yeah.
Well, what's the motion?
The motion was to approve the second amendment to the employment agreement between Northfield Township and Stephen Ains dated July 31st, 2017. And I made it and Ms. Beliger seconded it. And
I mean, clearly it's just trying to clarify that at the July board meeting, it states in here with the asterisk next to it, the very last page attached, that after the first 2 years of employment, you can get an extra month per year not to exceed 6 months. But evidently it was discovered in the contract. It said may, that on page number 5 of 7, highlighted in yellow, the word may increase showed up as opposed to shall increase.
Right.
By 1 month, not to exceed 6 months worth. And so
So
this
you just
is a
changed the
clarification.
wording of May. So you just changed the wording of May in the contract?
And we're 100% sure that's how it was said in the motion, correct?
Well, there's the motion that we approved.
motion was attached.
Right.
Yeah. So.
I know. Did we say may or did we say should? I don't know. Anyway.
Well,
there was no may or should in this motion.
Right. And the attorney recommended we do this addendum.
Okay. So I'm confused though. So how does it work? It's like his first year, he would get 2 months, or let's see here. Equal amount to 2 months severance after 90 days, increase 1 month per year after the first 2 years.
Not to exceed 6 months.
Right. So I get that part, but so for his first 2 years, he got 2 years. So 1 month per year. And then going forward, he gets 1 month in additional per year.
Right.
So if he's here 3 years, he's got 3 months. If he's here 4 years, 4 months. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's my understanding. Okay, fine.
Okay.
I have a question.
Okay. What is it?
Says here that the manager started on 7/31/17, and he couldn't qualify for 90 days, so he doesn't get anything for 90 days. So if you change that to 10/31/17, we're not till it hasn't been 3 years until October 31. It'll be 3 years. It's not 3 years until 10/31/17. Is that correct?
It's after
that's
the
an
first,
interesting question.
Yeah, it is, but it's after the first 2 months of employment. You are actually employed during your 90-day probationary period. You just don't get the 2 months if for some reason you're let go during the 90-day probationary period.
I'm not understanding. If it says that he doesn't get it for 90 days, it doesn't start on 7/31. It doesn't start until 10/31. In my
Valid
opinion.
question.
That's kind of like splitting hairs with regards to this issue. That's a separate issue.
And it is.
This not be the argue. Not quit me up.
Yeah. I think we should clarify that issue that Mr. Dockett's bringing up.
That doesn't need clarified before the vote.
I agree with that, Ms. Bellinger. I just think it's something that should be clarified.
Okay, can we get it clarified after we vote on this?
I don't think we're going to get it clarified today, but yeah.
Well, but, we can, Stacy can weigh in on this,
Right.
Because somebody really is employed, even though they're probationary period.
I know. I agree with you.
So.
Go ahead.
Okay, any more comments? Can we do a roll call here?
Yep, we're ready.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Dockett.
If the lawyer okayed it, my answer is yes.
Okay, she did. Okay.
All right.
I guess he voted yes.
So that's a yes. Chick.
Yes.
Chockley.
Yes.
Otto.
Yeah.
Manley. No. Beliger.
Yes.
Zelenock.
Yes.
6-1.
Okay, thank you.
Alrighty.
6-1. All right. We have announcements.
Where are we now? So not.
We're at announcements.
Are we?
Yes.
What's my Hopefully there's no announcement.
Okay, I don't have any in my packet, but I did send out to the board a request for their availability for a special meeting with the attorney next Tuesday, September 29th at 7 p.m. in person.
Why do we have to have a special meeting?
We're going to have a special meeting to get a briefing on the equalization basin.
Can we not do that before our meeting on the equalization basin?
Well, no, it was suggested that it would be a good idea to do it prior. And then we could get our questions answered. So it's a Q&A kind of time. So we can get some questions answered about it before the actual meeting.
Well, I guess we'll respond to you. Do we have to talk about it now? Can we just move on?
Well, if people will actually respond to my email and let me know if they're available, that would be fine. And we can otherwise just move on. Okay. Is that okay? Okay. All right. Ready for second call to the public? Okay, and I'm moving on now then. Ms. Wheeler has had her hand up for quite some time. Ms. Wheeler, go ahead. And now she's muted. Ms. Wheeler?
Am I unmuted?
Yes, you're unmuted. Go ahead.
Okay. I thought I was not even having my hand raised. It says, my end says not raised, but yours says raised. I'm just going to say thank you for staying up so late tonight and doing your job. Have a good night's sleep.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. All right. We've got Mr. Gordon. Go ahead, Mr. Gordon.
I would like to thank the board for approving the appointment of Christina Ferris to the Land Preservation Committee. She will addition to our group. And I would like to say thank you for the service provided by Mary Robinson. She was great. She was an original member, and nobody else seemed to say anything on the board about her service, but I want to say thank you very much, Mary, for all you've contributed to this community. I'll just mark up the lack of comment to the board to the fact that you're punch drunk from being here so late. I would like to that the post you're sending out regarding the $6 million retention basin be made public before you send it out, because the last time you sent out a postcard like that, it was so much legalese that it was practically unintelligible. Half the people that showed up at the meeting to complain about the special assessment district on Whitmore Lake Road didn't even understand what the postcard said. And the ordinance requires that it be clear. That's right there in the public indebted ordinance, that the language be clear. So if the lawyer has written it up and it's not clear, then perhaps you should add something to that so that people understand what you're sending out to them. I also wanted to ask if you're intending to have another question and answer session like we had earlier this year, where we had a couple of them. I thought they were valuable. I thought it was important for the board to be able to answer the questions that the public raises, because they don't get answered at the board meetings. So I don't know if there's any plan to do that or not, but I would suggest that it would be something that a number of us would appreciate. Other than that, you're keeping me up way too late. That's all.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Olney, your turn.
Yes, Adam Olney, 9315 Lakewood Court. We didn't make it past midnight like we have in the past, so that's kind of a bummer. I just want to remind everyone that the Meet the Candidates is this Thursday for the positions of supervisor, clerk, and treasurer. So hopefully we'll have Ms. Manley there. We'll have Mr. Dingen there, Mr. Walters, Ms. Prisnick, all in attendance so we can hear from them. And if you weren't able to attend the one for trustees, you can find it. It's Martha Larson posted it and Harrison Parker posted it. So thank you all for your service.
Thank you. Okay, Marissa President.
Supervisor, yes, Adam slaughtered my name once again. It's Marissa President, just like it looks. I wanted to thank the board for having such a lengthy meeting and getting through it as expediently as possible. And thank you, most of you, for voting in accordance with the way that your voters and your constituents feel. I was a little concerned that more of you would abstain from voting or vote no on everything. And I'm pleased to see that we were able to finally make some progress in getting these businesses licensed, because I'm excited to see what they can do to help revitalize our downtown area and bring some business into the community. I also just real quickly want to bring up, last week I informed the board about issues that the Land Preservation Committee is having, getting the website updated, and recommended some sort of process there. I know that it's easy to push off because the website is getting redesigned. I would just like to recommend maybe have Jennifer give me a call. Maybe we could do a simple Google form, like a work request form, when changes need to be made, so that there's some kind of accountability there. Because currently I just send an email to Jennifer. Sometimes she can do things for me really quickly. Sometimes she says, hey, I'm too busy. And beyond that, there isn't really a whole lot of accountability there. So there really isn't a process right now for doing it, and any kind of guidance to help us just make ourselves more ready on our feet and transparent with the public would be a great appreciation. And something, if you did with the committees, you could emulate across the board for different committees and different groups that use it. Even in the meantime, I know it said it was going to take possibly up to 20 months to get the new website going. There's a lot of opportunity for improvement on the current website in the meantime. It's certainly not being used to its full capacity and not being updated as regularly as it should. And I would be happy to help point some of those things out, or give feedback, or work on a subcommittee to brainstorm some ideas to help get that going. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else? Mr. Dignan, go ahead.
Good evening. Obviously, it's late. I would like to thank Marissa for her offer to volunteer to help. 20 months is an outrageous amount of time to get a website up and running. It's ridiculous. It does not take that long. I've been in the industry for 25 years. I could give you 10 consultants that'll do it at half the price you probably got it bid for, and they'll do it in a perfect time. It's insane that 20 months to get a website up. You're not putting up a whole lot. I mean, it's pretty simple. Your agendas, your minutes, your things, and you're not even putting up your ordinances. You're connecting it to a service that already exists. So that needs to be fixed. I do want to point out that in the awarding of your 3 licenses this evening, you did award a license to one applicant who has not made any of the contacts in the community. They acknowledged that in their presentation. They claimed they would make those contacts, but they have made none of them. They said they would meet with community members. They would meet with officials. They would meet. They gave you a lot of promises. They've had a year to do it, and they made none of those contacts. Northern Trellis is that applicant. I hope that this board, in the time that you have remaining here, hold their feet to the fire. And I mean significantly hold their feet to the fire, as I would hope you would do with the 2 other applicants. But they were the only applicant of all the applicants that applied that actually did not make any of those contacts, and did not make any of those inroads. They waited till their last minute. Then they presented and said, oh yeah, we will make them, and we'll eventually meet with Tammy, because we'd really like to meet with Tammy. Well, you've had a year and you didn't do it. So, you know, that being the case, you know, you guys have made your bed. Now you get to sleep in it for the next few. Good luck with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else? Okay, Seeing no one, we can move on to board member comments. Does anyone have anything they'd like to share at this time?
I do.
Okay, Mr. Dockett.
If any outfit, if any part of this township worked for 6 hours, they would have beer, wine, pizza, burgers, donuts, coffee, and it would pay for it. And because we're the township board, they don't treat us the way we treat everybody else. So my complaint is, if we're going to work for 6 hours, we get more than one, at least more than one bathroom break. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Chick.
I want to raise.
Okay.
I want to thank, I want to thank everybody that hung in tonight. There's 28 participants, us included, for sticking in and listening and participating. I really appreciate it. I appreciated all the comments from everybody that got to speak. I also want to acknowledge my neighbor, actually, Christine Ferris, for the Land Preservation Committee. It's good to have someone in the neighborhood in that committee. So congratulations to her. And yes, Mary Robinson, thank you so much for the work that you've done to date. You're an asset to this community and appreciate that. And yes, Mr. Gordon, we are very tired. So sorry about that. And that's all I have. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Zelenock, you had your hand up.
Yes, I'd like again thank all the residents for participating. Appreciate their input and their comments. I'd also, we have offered to help with the website. I know Marissa has, and I don't want to say her name wrong. It's late, Prishnit. She can correct me later. But we have offered to help. Thank you. We have offered to help. So I think, putting a form together and accepting our help would be helpful for the public so that we can at least, get the data. I don't even know if the DDA has been updated. Again, it's one thing if you can get everything done, but it's another thing when people are offering to help because things aren't getting done and you say no. So we want to help. And again, waiting for the website to get updated and not keeping, it updated when we can. It's not good politics. It's not good for our residents. So please accept our help. Mr. Ains, please accept our help. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Beliger.
I want to thank our attorney for assistance for tonight's meeting. I also want to thank Faith for the appreciation and the good night wishes. I appreciate that. Wishing everyone a good night.
Thank you. Ms. Otto.
So I wanted to also thank the applicants and their presentations, all that they put into it and all the work that they've done with it. I have to say we started with an audience of 75 and now down to 27. So I have to thank those who stuck out the night with us. I also want to congratulate Christina Ferris. She is also my neighbor, and I welcome her to the Land Preservation Committee. And also thank you and appreciate Mary's hard work on the committee as well.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Ms. Manley?
Just wanted to put the word out that ballots will get mailed out at the end of the week. And then if anybody has any questions about ballots, applications, please contact the clerk's office. We'll be more than happy to answer your questions. Don't rely on Facebook or social media. Call us directly.
It's hard done.
Do you need more election inspectors?
Not at the moment.
Okay, good. Okay. Well, I want to thank everybody for hanging out here and, everybody who serves this township. We have a lot of volunteers and you don't get anything for for it, except, sometimes a pat on the back or a smile. But, a lot of people are out there doing a lot of good things. And, you see it with the path. And there'll be plenty more opportunities into the future. So, and Mary was on the LPC when it started. So anyway, she was a gem. So I want to wish you all a good, safe evening, and be careful. And we'll see you again in 3 weeks, unless we have a special meeting. So good night, everyone. Move to adjourn.
Bye.
Sport.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? No. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night.
Well, you're